Sorry. Oh, God. Okay, thank you.
All right. So the council is just returning back to open session from a closed session, and we're on to item number 3. Can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Dunn, seconded by Burgess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. All right, we are going to our work session agenda, which is going to be, it is June 4th, 2024, City of Iowa City work session agenda, and item number 1 is a review of the public input regarding redevelopment of 21 South Lynn Street. And welcome. Rachel
Mayor and
is going to
Council.
present.
Rachel Kilberg, Barley Economic Development Coordinator. Okay, so I get to talk to you today about what we heard during the public input phase for 21 South Lynn. So I'll do a quick overview, reminder of kind of the project and what we're planning with it. We'll talk about what we did here through that public input phase, and then talk a little bit about what happens next. So just a reminder that the property that we're talking about, 21 South Lynn Street, is here to orient you. It's at the corner of Washington and South Lynn Street, so across from the Senior Center, Englert Theater, Daydream Comics. For the past couple of months and for the foreseeable future, it's going to continue to be used temporarily as construction staging for some nearby major construction projects. The Dubuque Street reconstruction project, most notably Senior Center, is kind of wrapping up. And then, of course, over the long term, our goal is to develop that into a mixed-use redevelopment. So here's a reminder of the phases of this process that we've kind of agreed to at your work session in February. So we already conducted in December a review of past processes where we've gone through this public-private redevelopment process. So the Chauncey and the Rise were those 2 examples that we reviewed. Over the past few months, we conducted the public engagement phase, and then today we'll review that. We'll talk a little bit about what writing that RFP will look like, and then we continue to stay on track for issuing that RFP in the fall, September, October timeline, and then we would review the responses after that. So that takes us to our public input summary. So just a reminder again of kind of some objectives that we set out to accomplish through this process. We wanted to make sure that it was transparent, that it was predictable, that people could look at our documents and understand how the process was going to go. Ultimately, our goal is to obtain a public-private partnership that incorporates significant public benefits for our community. And then, of course, we want to incorporate meaningful stakeholder and public involvement throughout the process. So through this process, we kind of course, public or other stakeholders will have the opportunity to provide input at any phase, really. They can do that to us as staff or to you as city councilors through just those normal public comment methods, email, phone calls, public comment periods. But we've really identified 2 kind of targeted public input periods through the process. So the first kind of came at the beginning to, again, hear from the public about how they're using the downtown and maybe what they'd like to see out of this project. And then we anticipate another would come, again, like a focused public input period would come after we receive responses. We've kind of narrowed down finalists. We would invite the public again to share their voice and weigh in on those. So as you may recall, in February is when we presented a public input plan to you all. You provided some great feedback that we were able to incorporate. But overall, our approach was kind of a 2-pronged strategy. So we really wanted to educate, and then we also wanted to collect input. So through the education component, our goal was, again, to just be really clear and transparent about what our goal is with this site, which is to develop a mixed-use redevelopment. We wanted to remind people couple that we do have, existing plans and priorities adopted through your city council strategic plan, downtown master plan, the downtown district's strategic plan, and then also, again, to talk a little bit about what the importance of property tax revenue generation will mean for this site. So we wanted to help share some of those standard expectations, and then we also wanted to better understand people's user experience in the downtown and then their specific desires for maybe what they'd like to see out of this redevelopment project. Ultimately, our goal was through that public input phase that what we heard could help inform that RFP and the goals that we have in that RFP, and then also perhaps influence what developers want to take away and incorporate into their proposals. So our strategy took place about a 1-month period. So we launched that at the end of March and carried it through May 1st is when we said you're welcome to share input after that, but that's what will be included in this summary to City Council. We had many methods, which I'll go through on the next slide, but we promoted those via news release, our social media platforms, cable TV programs and their weekly update video. We did flyers on all the city buses. We also had flyers disseminated through our economic development partners, so that would be the Downtown District, the South of Six Business District, Greater Iowa City, Inc., and then Think Iowa City. Through your suggestion, we worked with the Office of Human Rights. They have a diversity outreach list, so we were able to, again, share these opportunities through that list. And then we worked with USG and the University of Iowa Media Office to make sure we were hearing from students as well. So the options that we made available to folks were an online survey. We had that available in English, Spanish, French, Arabic, and Mandarin. All but 4 were completed in English. We got 3 in Spanish and 1 in Mandarin. We had 1,482 people participate in the survey. It was 4 open-ended questions, so that ultimately resulted in almost 6,000 separate responses. So we got a lot of good data, and we're able to really mine through that for insights. We held 2 open houses. So the first we held in downtown, very, very close to the site. So we held that at the Public Library on April 15th. And then a couple weeks later, we held it at the Pheasant Ridge Neighborhood Center, which is on the west side of Iowa City, because we had learned through the Downtown District's Placer data that that's where people are least likely to come from to visit downtown. So we wanted to make sure we were hitting both people who are already using downtown actively, as well as people who maybe aren't and learn why not. So through those 2 events, we had about 25 people attend. We worked with the Downtown District also to use their Hello Lamppost technology. So through that, folks were able to, if they were walking by the site, they could see a sign there that said, hey, text this number and answer a few questions about how you use downtown, what you'd like to see at this site. So we had 296 people take part in that, and they sent about 770 text messages. So that was a great option for us, something we hadn't used before. And then, of course, we offered people the option to just simply email us or drop off letters, and we had 12 of those through those 2 options. So definitely people took advantage of all their options, and overall, I think we had about 1,800 different respondents. That would assume no one did more than one, but I'm sure we had that. I'll also mention, too, I forgot to say, on the emails and written letters, we also advertise that as being able to submit in whatever language you prefer, again, to give people who didn't want to take the survey just another option for providing their feedback in a way that was comfortable to them. So across all those options, we really asked 4 public input questions. So we asked these 4 core questions, sometimes in slightly different ways, but ultimately it was these core questions that we were asking. We wanted to provide these questions to encourage thoughtful and productive feedback, but we also knew, just asking, what would you like to see here, may just yield unwieldy results. And so we wanted to, not frustrate the people who were responding, not frustrate staff who were getting the responses. So one strategy that we wanted to use was to focus on, again, that user experience. So who is using downtown? If you are, how are you using it? Why? Where do you go? If you aren't, why not? What would encourage you to come more? So our hope was that through these type of questions, we could, identify trends, habits, patterns, or gaps, and other insights that would help us better understand, maybe what is needed here, what do we have too much of, what do we want to really leverage and focus on as strengths. So the next few slides are going to be a summary of kind of what we heard as we asked all of these questions. I read through every response that came in, so the numbers may be approximates. Sometimes you had to put them in the category that you think best matched, but I feel overall really confident in the data that we do have, and I think we got some great results. So the first question was, do you visit downtown Iowa City? Why or why not? To this response, about half of the people said yes, and we come to eat, drink, or shop. So those were some of the most common responses that we got. Arts and culture, entertainment events came up as the next response. Festivals was in there, farmers market. Work was about 10% of the respondents work downtown, 8% visit the library, 5% live there, 9% recreate or socialize, it's kind of just hanging out, and then 3% come downtown for education purposes, which could be classes or academic speakers, that kind of thing. Across these responses, we heard a few common themes. So 66 specifically mentioned that they like to support small and local businesses in our downtown. 119 mentioned that they really value walkability of our downtown. I also think it was apparent through some of these responses that I think we hit on many age ranges in the responses, because many people commented either that they were students, that they used the senior center, or that they were families with children. So gave us a little bit of confidence that we were hearing from a wider range of people. And then this would be responses just of those who answered, yes, I do visit downtown. Those who answered no, some of the reasons they gave were parking challenges, that it was too oriented to college students, that it was not safe or clean, that there were no shops they were interested in, too much alcohol and tobacco uses, and that it was too crowded. I will say, so I'll go back to our list of 4 questions. In retrospect, maybe question 1 and question 3 were a little too similar for people. So on this summary, I don't have anything on question 3 because it was just so similar to what we heard through question 1. So just didn't want to be redundant there. Question 2 was, what is missing downtown that would encourage you to come more often or stay longer? So here we heard parks, green space would be something that people are interested. Again, shops, restaurants, bars, cafes, coffee shops was another common response. 10% said recreation or entertainment. 8% said parking. 7% said community spaces, which really encompassed a lot of things, which was space for people to hold smaller events or space for people to just gather socially. Another 7% said more options for families and children. 6% said music or performance venues, 4% said housing, and then 4% said some sort of arts use, which again encompassed a lot of things, galleries, maker spaces, that kind of thing. So some of the common themes that we heard in this question were places that were open late and on weekends, but are not necessarily alcohol-centric. So people look to want to spend more time downtown and have more options for when they are there about what to do. More free or inexpensive activities that people can access, less student-focused options, or more options for, again, more people. Places for people to sit, gather, greenery. Heard a lot about, people travel downtown using their bikes, walking, using the bus. So heard a lot about expanded facilities to support those type of commuters. Safety and cleanliness, and then arts and culture were some of the common themes that we heard through that one. So again, skipped question 3 because it was very similar to 1. So for question 4, here's where we invited people to say, okay, now talking specifically about 21 South Lynn, what are your thoughts? What would you like to see? So again, we did hear that park, green space. 6% said music performance venue. 12% said housing. About 5% mentioned specifically small retail or incubator space. Another 6% mentioned restaurants, bars, food trucks. Another 6% mentioned some sort of a recreation attraction. 5% said more family and kid-friendly options. 9% said they'd like to see this be mixed use, which is great, in line with kind of our intent. 6% said community space. 5% said an arts use. 7% mentioned maintaining that mural. And then 3% mentioned, it'd be great if it could be designed well and blends well with the area. And then the last two, 4% mentioned density would work well here, and then 6% would like to see some appropriate parking addressed with the development. So of the comments that people really mentioned, hey, we don't want to see this here, a few things were bars, smoke shops, liquor stores. Housing was another that was also mentioned as, yes, we do want that, but just over half of those who said they didn't want housing specifically said they were not interested in luxury or high-end housing. Again, density was listed as something people were interested in, but it was also commonly mentioned as we don't want a high-rise building, large building, and then parking showed up on both ends too. So I just say that just to, again, kind of point out how there were contradicting answers even within these questions. So you just kind of have to look at this from a broad perspective, understand that we can't achieve everything everyone wants at this site, but I think we do still have some really meaningful and valuable insights that we got out of this. As staff, we never expected consensus, so we certainly didn't get that. But again, I think we're able to look at this and take away some important takeaways. So, for example, parks and green space was commonly mentioned. However, we've already established that our intent is to develop a mixed-use redevelopment. So as we looked at the data and thought about what are the takeaways, we said, okay, well, what did we hear the most common? And then out of what we've heard the most, what aligns with our goals for the project or our intent for the project, and then our strategic goals of the city council and the downtown district. So that's how we moved to start kind of picking out what we believe would be some key takeaways from the data. So that alignment with these existing plans was really a key driver of that. And I think as you compare the data and then you look at these strategic priorities, there's actually a lot of alignment. So that's great. And that's very encouraging that hopefully we can achieve something here that the public is proud of and likes. So that leads us to those key takeaways. So again, many ideas, many preferences, but after reading through all of it and kind of taking a step back, this is what I view as some of the key takeaways. So the first one, I mean, to me, in my personal opinion, jumps out as the biggest. It seemed to come across in a lot of people's comments across all of the questions was that they would like for this development to be inviting to the public. So that means it's inclusive to the public, welcoming to them. It may appeal to a wide variety of ages, and then should increase options for spending time downtown. So I think. As I mentioned in the memo, the Chauncey provides a good example of that. I think people feel welcome to go in there, to use the space. So inviting to the public was one key takeaway that we identified. The next would be space for new opportunities. So people like coming downtown. We heard it has a lot of existing strengths, and people come downtown for many different reasons. So how do we kind of leverage those strengths, but then also find space in this new development for new and unique experiences that kind of fill those gaps that people are looking for? So some of those gaps that I think came up the most would be small business, retail, dining, entertainment, or other experiences that aren't alcohol-centric, and then housing options that diversify who lives downtown. The third takeaway that we identified was an authentic urban experience. So this just speaks to kind of mixing that great authentic downtown character that Iowa City already has, and then meeting it with modern amenities that people expect. So walkability, viability of the use there, safety, and then an engaging street level design, which again kind of ties back to that inviting, inclusive development to the public. And then finally, we just wanted to address kind of the public input in context of its geographical location. So some of what we heard is important, again, in context of what else is close to 21 South Lynn. So parking came up a lot, and we do have the Tower Place parking ramp nearby. Many people said they come downtown to visit the library and the senior center, so those two important civic connections are very close by. We have some important arts and culture uses with the Englert film scene just a block away, even studio on the backside. So just thinking about how they can be leveraged or complemented and in that new development. So those are kind of the key takeaways that we identified through that public input phase, and then we would use those to move into preparation of the actual request for proposals or RFP document. So moving into this next phase, staff would go ahead and draft that RFP based on any direction you give us tonight, again, using what we heard through the public input phase and your direction. We also would like to take this opportunity to make an update to our 2017 TIF policy. It's just a little outdated. We don't think it needs a huge overhaul, but it still references like the old strategic plan. So we think there's a few things in there that we could update. So we would work with the Council Economic Development Committee to update that before we accept proposals for the project. And then after we have that draft RFP ready, we'd bring it back to you, of course, for your review, and then ultimately approval for our issuance. So that would still put us on track again for that fall issuance of the RFP. Again, we would expect about 45 to 60 days for our response, and then beginning in November 2024, probably will take a little bit through those winter months. We could go through that review process and solicit any additional public input that we might need at that time. So what would be in the RFP? Reminder that we did kind of look at some of those examples back in December, I think it was. So you should have a general idea of maybe what those RFPs have looked like in the past, but we would expect that it would include the project description, project goals, some background information on our community for the developers who are responding, zoning parameters to understand, what would be allowable at this site, potential sources of city financial assistance or gap financing, of course, the requirements that they must meet to submit their proposal, and then kind of what that process will look like in terms of application review and scoring. So a lot of this is kind of very straightforward. It's just kind of the basic information that already exists that we need to fully understand when we get those proposals in and can fully evaluate them. And then, again, just another reminder that, you can expect probably that those proposals will narrow and become more detailed and refined as we go through the process. So we'll, of course, ask for enough information that we need through the RFP to make our decisions and select some finalists, but you'll also have the opportunity to continue to ask questions and learn a bit more about proposals as we go through the process. So that takes me to my last slide. I'll happy to answer any questions that you have. I think after tonight, what we would see as next steps would be, you first sharing any feedback that you have on this public input, and then that draft RFP. We would go ahead and get to work on that right away, bring that back for your approval later this summer, so it's ready to go by the fall.
Thank you.
I think the first thing to say is just thank you very much for working through this process. It really does seem like the plan and execution was done very thoroughly, and we've gotten great feedback. So, yourself and others who helped out with this should certainly feel accomplished in that way, and so we thank you very much for that.
Say, I very much liked how you were able to take the raw data and then really assess, what is the common theme here, rather than, like you said, what do you want here? It's more, what's the experience, what's the use value? And so I know that you have had successful RFPs with both the Chauncey and the Rise and elsewhere, but just want to encourage that if it's possible, in terms of talking about goals, that kind of flavor still comes through, so it can allow for perhaps some creative responses. But I just really appreciate the work that went into taking all that raw data and then saying, okay, what is it that we have here? This is what people are talking about. I think you've done really well with that.
I appreciate seeing that the responses wasn't just from a lot of people that live downtown, because it was only 5%, and I anticipated it would be more responses. So I appreciated seeing that. And not that 10% is low for those that work downtown, but again, I was just anticipating more input. So I think that having it with more people from around the city, tapping in and giving their thoughts. I really think that that's what we wanted, and it really did reflect in kind of the overall walkaways that I think will lead us to the next steps, which will be very interesting for this community. We're not done with all of the, I think, all of the specifics, of course, but I think it will be something that this community is looking forward to. And we do have some examples such as the Chauncey to look back on, just to continue to make sure that we are still being proactive in ensuring that we take into account all of the things that we probably walked away as learning opportunities from the Chauncey. So just thanks to all the staff that's been working on this. And again, thanks to the community that has gave some input.
I don't see anything like data by race who fill out this information, like the survey. And also, I saw that, of course, like everyone, great job. This is amazing. But I always like to highlight the thing that's missing. So, like, for example, you was talking about the people you ask who is not coming to the downtown, and they told you, like, Pheasant Ridge. And we have only 5 people fill out the survey. That's not, like, 5 people. And even if the 5 people have really strong opinion about something, they are only 5 comparing to the people. That means their opinion is not going to be, like, evaluated or taking it seriously, because there are only 5 out of this. And if I see like more people saying something and few people saying something, why they are not coming. So I really was surprised to see that. I wanted more people from the people who are not coming to the downtown to have, like an opinion. I don't think I ask about this, and I don't think like certain people. I know that you did one on the library, you did one on the Pheasant Ridge, but I wish if you can do like during an event for people of color event, Center for Worker Justice event, like those time, because people are coming for something else. Nobody will come for that. If, I know like the people who normally don't fill out surveys, they don't come if you said, oh, I have a survey, come and just like an event specifically for that. But normally I encourage when we have city surveys to be done in event that is already happening. Like, for example, membership meeting for the Center for Worker Justice. A lot of people who come from different organizations, and during that membership meeting, with cooperation with those number of organizations, they can fill out that survey at that time. So, and also like going to the website is not enough, because people normally, there is many people don't go to the website. Yeah, the thing that I think is already done, but I always, when I want to highlight something, I want it to be like for the future, of course, and we know how to do outreach. I've been a community organizer, and I know what's work and what's not work sometimes for the community that most likely they don't fill survey for the city. So, but yeah, amazing work, and thank you for your hard work.
Just a couple of questions, Rachel. One's a scoping question. So, of the 1,400 survey respondents, I'm understanding this right, that only 529 say they come downtown and eat or drink, right? The 529 say they visit downtown for restaurants, coffee shops, or was this like ranked, saying like this is your top reason?
No, so it was, so this is, it's mentions. So it's not
Okay.
like I come down to do this most often. And so it's
Okay.
just if someone, so 529 people specifically mentioned I come downtown to usually eat or drink or shop.
What surprised me about that, and when you combine the eat or drink or shop together, that makes a little more sense, right? Because then you get over 1,000 respondents.
Yeah.
But the fact there was only 37% of people who said they visit downtown to eat or drink was just really surprising to me. Were there things that were surprising to you in the results?
Not necessarily. I think I take that with a grain of salt as people maybe think about what did they most recently come downtown to do and respond that way, or what do they always come downtown to do? So definitely that's why I kind of want to, especially in the memo, I put some, just caution that these numbers should not be taken as exacts, but I think it's probably at least representative of, overall, what are people doing? What are they at least associating with downtown is maybe a better way to
That's a
think of
good
it.
way.
So,
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much for the presentation.
One quick, I'm sorry, I meant to
Yeah.
jump in. What exactly do you, or does the city need from us? Like, do you need some granular level of input, a general idea of input? Are we going to come back and talk about this more at the next meeting when we've had time to think about these results for a little bit longer? You mentioned next steps, but I want to drill down on that just a little bit. What
Yes.
input do you need from us now so that 3 months from now, you're not saying, well, why didn't you tell us that?
yes.
That makes sense.
Jeff, if you see anything different than I do, but yes, as I mentioned, next step, so we would go ahead, so kind of those key takeaways, as Councilor Alter mentioned, we would kind of rely on those as we start to think about the RFP and some of the goals in those. So if you have other thoughts or anything you agree with, disagree with, like now would be the time that we would love to hear. And then we would just get to work on that RFP, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's really accurate. The only thing I would really ask of council, if there are non-starters that you don't want to consider. So, for example, you don't want a 15-story building there. It's better just to get that out early on. If you know that you don't want a particular use in this building, and you think you need to articulate that, right? You don't need to tell us you don't need a vape shop in there, right? We can make a couple of key assumptions. But if you really feel like, hey, this isn't the place for a restaurant, or this isn't the place for retail, or whatever it may be, it's better to get that out in front. Otherwise, like Councilor Alter said, we're going to craft this in a way that encourages creativity and a variety of responses. But you don't want to be in that position where you invite that and then you immediately reject something that you otherwise should have known that you didn't want there.
Do you want that now, or do you want that in, I don't have, by the way, I don't have anything on that list. I just want to make sure that
Yeah, it's really what you're comfortable with. If you feel like you need more time to reflect on this, and we can certainly add this to a future work session this summer, but generally speaking, you saw those takeaways. They are very kind of general. That's how we're going to craft the goals, both on the types of uses that we're encouraging and the type of design that we're encouraging. We're not planning to specify design parameters. So as long as you're comfortable with that approach, we don't need anything more.
I'm ready to go. Yeah, just have a broader conversation. I've got a lot of thoughts about the things that I'd like to see in my ideal world. So whenever that's appropriate for us to discuss, I'd love to just go into that and dig into it.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I would just like some time to think through
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
and dig in. So.
Yeah. I think we just need time.
Okay. Can we add this to your next work session? Is that too soon? Because we do have that month gap
Yeah.
between your
No,
second.
that's-
I think that
that's
makes
good,
sense.
that's
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to move to item number 2, which is our,
Or I thought we were going to discuss.
no, we're going to move it to the next. work
Oh,
Work
okay,
session.
Yeah.
sure, sure.
Yep, yep.
Digest and then-
Yes. All right, we're going to move on to item number 2, which is the Quarterly American Rescue Plan Act update. Welcome.
Thank you. Sam Turnbull, Grant Specialist. I'm here for Tracy, who is going to give you guys this update last work session. Do you guys have the presentation? Is
No,
on
it
here?
should be loaded on the.
Oh, okay. All right, so this is our quarterly ARPA update. This is based on the ARPA update that I put together at the end of April. So looking back a little bit, because most of our ARPA funding recipients are reporting quarterly. So Tracy put together this part that kind of reflects over the process for allocating the ARPA funds. And so back several years ago, Iowa City was allocated the $18.3 million. To date, we've encumbered $15.65 million of that. There was a lot of public input in summer 2021. This is a whole list of it. If you want more information on this, please slow me down, but I was kind of going to go through this part quickly to get to the meat of the update. And then survey results from that input. There were a variety of common suggestions, many of which we've got programs going that address at this point. And then these were the guiding principles that were developed that kind of guided the decision-making as far as what would be funded with the ARPA funds. So there were 3 funding categories, like high level: the emergent needs, the strategic investments, and the government services and revenue replacement. First, looking at those emergent needs, a lot of these have pretty much wrapped up. So the direct payments to eligible adults, 791 applicants were funded with the city funding. Eviction prevention is underway with Shelter House. So far, there's been 3 expungement clinics with a total of 129 records expunged, 170 forcible entry and detainer dismissals. Yep, and then housing repair and relocation. So this activity is complete. This was the Forest View relocation as of February 2023. All the residents were relocated with financial assistance. And then emergency nonprofit assistance. This one is underway, but a lot of the programs have spent all their funds. So 12 nonprofits received funding. 11 of those have spent all their funds. We have one that's still drawing down from that. And then there were also, separate from those 12 nonprofits, there were funds provided to Center for Worker Justice for the wage theft program. And with that program, they've assisted 65 workers so far to recover $77,000 in wages. And then this one we've talked about recently. This was the first of the strategic investments in this presentation, the entrepreneurial support services to BIPOC businesses. So these 6 agreements came through in the last couple months on your agendas. They're underway. Dream Center was able to acquire their building in April and is starting to get the construction not underway, but like researched, and the design is getting wrapped up with the architects. Multicultural Development Center's got some businesses they've already assisted with some technical assistance grants. Neighborhood Centers program starts in the summer. And then Wright House was able to make their executive director position a paid position, which is a great development. Social service needs assessment and capital planning is another strategic investment. There's an agreement in place with Iowa City Free Medical Clinic for $1 million to renovate the free medical clinic. They also received some Johnson County ARPA funds, which slowed down their timeline a little bit, but they anticipate that their sealed bid for construction will go out in June, and then they'll start on that construction. Neighborhood Centers, this one was just on the agenda maybe last time, and they have accepted purchase offers for 2 buildings in the Towncrest neighborhood, and expect those renovations at the more administrative office site to be completed in November, and then the Early Childhood Center by summer 2025. Affordable housing, we're actively working on finding properties for to be publicly owned affordable housing. We anticipate there's about $1.6 million available for that investment. For our ARPA obligation deadline, we have to have signed purchase offers by December 2024 for that investment. Mental health services, there's a partnership with Community. They've got 3 mobile crisis counselors working full-time, and they now have 8 mobile crisis vehicles, and that's allowed them to average 22 minutes to respond to calls in the last fiscal year. Workforce development, the UI Labor Center has a pre-apprentice program going. They had 42 residents involved in the FY23 and 24 cohorts. Their next cohort's going to begin in early, like January, February, so that those graduates can finish the program in spring to align with construction hiring. The 4Cs Child Care Workforce Development Program is working with the Starting Strong providers in Iowa City and has provided some specialized services to them, and is also working with the school district to develop a Child Development Associate Program. And then Child Care Wage Enhancement. As of April, there were 109,000 payments to 5 child care centers in Iowa City, and then a 6th center was recently added to that. Small business, arts, culture, and tourism. There's an agreement with Think Iowa City that replaced hotel motel lost revenue. And then they also are funding projects that are being proposed over time. So far, there have been 6 projects. They have 2 more coming up in the fall. And then proposed, we've got the self-supported municipal improvement districts agreements. Those are on the agenda tonight. And the skate park renovations grant projects, so funding to assist with that skate park renovation. Then our third category, the government services and revenue replacement. There was a utility assistance program that brought utility accounts up to date. Administrative expenses for ARPA are being paid out of the interest earned from the ARPA funds. The lead reduction program through the water department is assisting with residents replacing lead water service lines. So far, 8 households have replaced their lead service lines. Workforce retention incentive, this was like a December incentive to reduce turnover rates here, and that is complete. And so next steps, what's still to come on the ARPA funding is finalizing those agreements for the self-supported municipal districts, entering an agreement for the skate park renovation, acquiring and signing purchase agreements for the permanent affordable housing, and then monitoring all the remaining projects until they're complete. They do have to be completely spent down by December 2026. So we're working with all of them and watching the budgets closely to make sure they're on track. Questions?
I'm not hearing any questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So items number 3 is the review of City Council pending work session topics. I don't know that we'll be able to get through everything. We'll have to come back to some of these items. So I'm going to put that one on pause, and maybe we can jump to number 4, if people are okay with that.
Sure.
And so that would be the discussion on the funding organizations serve the immigrant community. And this was another one that was deferred from 5/21/2024. And so I know that this was something that Mayor Pro Tem, you wanted to, it was something that was, you added to the pending work list. So maybe I'll have you give us a start there.
I think, I was talking about it during like the fund that I think was from HUD, and I think the council said this is a good idea to maybe we can talk about it in a work session. I just feel like there is many, when I just saw like the ARPA's fund for like all the organization in town, all of them, they really do like really incredible work. And they do something really needed in the community. But what maybe the public don't know is there is many other immigrant-led immigrant-served organization, or I can call it ethnic community-based organization. Like that's maybe the right way to say, because they're serving like certain, they serving the whole community, but also they understanding the culture of certain community. That's why but they cannot even build the capacity for those, like they cannot build their own organization capacity because they don't have fund. I know many organizations in town that they always been evicted from their place because they cannot pay from the rent. They close, they been moving from renting space to another space because also they couldn't afford that rent. Those people, they've been applying for city funds. They did not get it many times. And I can just mention some of the organization that at least I know: African Community Network of Iowa, Refugees and Immigrant Association, Sudanese Community Association, there's two, Tongolese Community Association, and Kenyans Community Association, Voice of Christ Ministry International, NISA, which is also one of the national, I think, it is also for like women, domestic violence. So, and African women domestic violence prevention, and Women of King, Sister in Mission, Iowa City African Festival and Art of Cultures, and Open Heart Land, the Center for Worker Justice, and like many, many more. Those are not, they don't even know there is ARPA fund for the organization. And the thing that I've been seeing, there is some initiative has been made by the cities themselves to reach out, so to organization or businesses to ask them what they need as a part of like empowering businesses or empowering like, I don't know, there is many things here, the people did not, we did not open it for a grant, but actually the staff is initiated, and after that people apply for it. That's why it makes sense also to, this is ARPA money. It's something that we was not expected that it's gonna come, an opportunity that came, and maybe we can do something with it that is different, that we cannot do it normally with a regular fund. And so I just believe we need to reach out and see what, maybe we can do the same thing that the staff did for South of 6 and downtown district, where they reach out to them. We allocate some money and we reach out to them and say, what do you want to do? Do you have something to do? And the people start saying, yes, of course, we have this and this and this. And we funded 250 to South of 6 and 250 to to downtown district. So it was not grant, it was not, can we allocate the same thing and let the staff reach out and see what they need in those community? And if they need something, that's what I really want to say.
I think it's a very good topic to raise so that we can have awareness and then start having conversations. The only small thing I would say is that with the SMIDs, I know because of the South of 6, there was a huge amount of effort, and as well as I know that that's exactly what these organizations are doing. They're working very hard on their own, and it's a mutual thing that the city and like South of 6, for instance, before it was South of 6, the people who were working to try to figure out what can we do to generate and rejuvenate the area reached out to the city. It wasn't just the city came to them. I just want to say it was a conversation.
We've been giving them money, and they are no problem. I'm not talking,
Yeah.
just give that as an example of a unique way we can do it, just the same thing like we did it here. Why it's okay to give them money, there is no problem.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that.
I'm
I'm just
not
saying the city
saying-
didn't just say, do you need something? The people who were organizing said, we need something. So that's why it's good that we're having this conversation.
No, I asked the staff, and they said we allocated money, and it was idea, and we went to them, and we asked them, and I think that's what Jeff told me. And I'm not making things up. So, but I'm not telling you, I'm not saying we should have not given them. No.
No.
We need to give them the money, but I'm saying, can we do the same thing? Because those people, they don't come and advocate, and they don't know how to advocate. And that's why maybe we let them feel on the clock. I don't think so. Yeah, you saying because they come and they come many times, they said, hey, we need
No,
this and we need
Well, I'm
that.
saying that there was a sense of like, no one is listening to us. So there's a grassroots thing of, and so what can we do? And it was very similar to what you're talking about with the agencies saying, we are doing for ourselves. We are
Yes.
doing for our community. And there was then, you're taking up the mantle to say, the city should know about this. And the advocates themselves were coming so that there was a conversation back and forth. I didn't want to oversimplify that it wasn't just the city saying, oh, you need something? Here's the money. It was a long process of conversation, and so it's
Yeah.
good that this is coming
We
up.
need to initiate the same. Yeah, we're in the same page, by the way. I don't think we are disagreeing here.
No.
we are in the
I'm
same
just
page. Yeah,
clarifying.
Yeah, we just we need to initiate that process and to normalize it. Because now it's normal to work with those kind of business people and everything. Can we make it normal to work with immigrants and just say, yeah, can we know your needs? Because you are unique. We don't know what you guys doing, and we don't know what your need is. The same thing, taking the advantage of this money. That's what I really want to say. It's not. We are. I think we are in the same page.
We
Yeah.
are. It's just, there has to be self-advocacy.
Exactly,
From
yeah.
the agencies as well. And it looks like there are people who are here to represent and to support and to say, yes, we are interested in having this conversation and to work on
Yeah.
visibility and a collaboration.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, we are on the same page.
Yeah, we are in the same page.
So I was looking up some of our pending work sessions because I also go back to maybe the etiology of how this came up, and it was, or there's many elements to this, but we have on our pending work session to discuss some of the allocations that some of our commissions are doing with, like CDBG, when they distribute some funding, and to talk about that process of, how is the funds being allocated. So I am also reminded that that is a huge part of, the discussion that we're going to have at some point, at just looking at how our commissions are, doing their work, which we know that it's never an easy job when you're doing some grant decision-making for the community. And so I just want to put out there that discussion on, reviewing of the city grant programs is something that we're going to be doing. And it has that, that piece of how do we, have some of these conversations involved in that as well. Because I know that the last time we had individuals come before us that wasn't granted some funding, and we get some come to City Hall, some don't. They reach out to us, and so I'm also reminded of that process that we still need to talk about.
Yeah, but that process, Mayor, is for the city grant that they give out every year from the city funding. I get that. We need to talk about that because there is some people come here and they think the evaluation or the way that the people do it is not, it needs to be tweaked or maybe changed. I understand that, and we're going to talk about that. But I'm thinking for ARPA money, this is an opportunity. We have some money that we have to allocate it by December of this year. And now we have really a huge opportunity to look at the people in our community who fell in the crack. So how can we just use this in our advantage to help everyone in the city? And we've been doing it. I think that the money that we get an update and we allocate it to people in this community, I think there is a lot good things we have done. And just to build on that, we need just to continue doing for the whole community. I want the people to see, to feel they heard. We've been seeing most of those organizations, they are already built capacity. You know how long those organizations existed? Forever, and they don't have a paid staff yet. And they don't have space, 99% of this organization I mentioned, they do it in their own. Everybody is volunteer. And they just like based on donation. You like ask for the rent of their space. They ask but can you just put money so we can pay our rent? And they try even to build their own space. You attend some of their event, Mayor, and you see like how they trying hard even to maybe buy a space and can everybody, and they just collecting donation. They really doing it grassroots, but they didn't get like, we need just like to elevate. We always talk about equity all the time. This is the kind of equity we want to do. You know, if there is another organization, they already have, you know, they get funding many times from the city, from ARPA, from everything, and those people are not getting anything, and those people are the vulnerable community members in our community. How can we elevate them a little bit? And so that's the equity we're talking about.
I just have a question maybe for staff that ties this together with our last item that we were talking about on the ARPA allocations. So I know we haven't started the affordable housing initiative, and I think Sam let us know about 1.6 million is what's kind of being targeted for that. So there aren't, are there other categories that we have of the 2.6? Whatever the amount left was, yeah, about 2.6, 2.7. What is like the 1.1 earmarked for, or is it not?
Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it's the two $250,000 grants that aren't yet approved but are on your agenda tonight.
Okay.
The skate park contribution and the 1.6 in the affordable housing. And we have started that. It hasn't come before you, but we are in kind of active pursuit of acquisitions for permanent affordable housing. Is that correct? Yes.
Okay.
So effectively, there's not ARPA dollars that are unplanned.
Not unplanned.
Yeah.
Unencumbered, yes, not unplanned.
Can you specify the difference between those terms?
Unencumbered would mean they're not under contract. So, for example, we have not brought you a purchase agreement for properties on the affordable housing piece. However, we are working on that. So those funds are not encumbered, but there is a plan that staff is working to toward.
So if we wanted to create like a new grant program, we would have to change course on things.
You'd have to shift those unencumbered funds. So maybe a good example to use are the two Schmidt agreements, because those are on your agenda. They're unencumbered right now. If you were to vote affirmatively for those with your consent agenda tonight, those would be encumbered, and that 2.6 that Councilor Burgess mentioned would be 2.1.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think this is a really important conversation to have, and it just is, it's a, you know, Mayor Pro Tem, as long as you've served on council, I've heard you advocating for, you know, this kind of what I would narrow down to the issue of those who can't access our systems or our sort of resources that some people can access. Like, how do we bring more people in to be able to access what the city has to offer? And in this particular case, I hear you saying ARPA grants, right? That there were people who applied, didn't receive them, or maybe didn't have the capacity, like they're trying to build capacity by receiving funds, but they didn't even have the capacity to, you know, know where to look or to ask for the funding right now. Is that, am I kind of hearing that correctly?
Yes, most of them, they really need to build the capacity, and I think we can help them build capacity as like city, since normally we don't have money for that, and all the money that we have for certain grant, we apply for it, and whoever get it, you know, decided by the commission, and that's it. I just wanna like think about, we have an opportunity here. If we always say we don't have money for that because we have certain grant in the community and doing that, we have opportunity here. I understand affordable housing, and I'm very champion for affordable housing. But we always taking from affordable housing fund to fund something else. How many times we did that? A lot of time. If I remember from when Housing into Home came, we get the $25,000 for them from the affordable housing fund. If I remember that very fully. And many times we take from affordable housing fund and we do something else.
Not in my experience that have I ever known us to do that.
But I council.
Okay.
And I don't know, Jeff, don't remember that?
The emergent, so the Affordable Housing Fund has an emergency component to it.
Yes.
5% of the annual allocation from the general fund goes into an emergency pot, which has been used for relocation services. And I believe you are correct that when Houses into Homes appealed to council, that was considered a housing project, and that support was through that emerging portion of the Affordable Housing Fund. I don't recall any other examples along those lines, but that
And it was
emergency
for,
line.
it was to hire like the staff. But I think this could be the same. I don't know, but there is many, I think this is an opportunity, and even if because now when you say we have 1.6 for the Affordable Housing Fund, we can have one, like, point something else, not the 0.6, not the whole money. We can take from that because we did not assign yet. And still, we have to have, like, another plan for affordable houses as well, because this is not the only going to do, like, really to solve the problem for affordable housing, but we can start.
And I think the $3 million with the Dream Center project and the neighborhood centers, and there's aspects of this, the tailored tax and accounting, all of those awards have at least pieces of them that are intended to help organizations build capacity. So I think maybe because of the timing, right? If all of our ARPA funds, which the council went through, several iterations of processes to narrow down what we wanted to spend that money on, and that framework is in place now, but we were very intentional in saying we identify these needs, and I think it's really important to make sure that those folks connect with that project and the tailored tax, like all of those projects.
No.
Okay, that's fine. That would be my suggestion for those who are looking to build capacity.
Your suggestion is good and everything. There is no problem, and I always like those kind of suggestions. But that's not. Did you read their grant and what their focus is on, like, using that money for
Yes.
those? Specifically, I don't think it's meant to be for any immigrants. I
Don't think that's correct.
I don't want to, like, just still talking publicly about many things, but I feel like those things are not going to give those people to pay for their rent. Can they give out, like, money? That's what I'm thinking. What you mean by build capacity? Like, help them with a tax, for example, or this kind of thing? No. I mean, like, really fund to, like, buy computers for their staff, to pay for their space, or pay for their staff, something like that. Those, I mean, like, your suggestion is not going to help those people get this staff. We give those people money, $3 million, to them to also, like, pay for many things for their own. But there is no portion to say we're going to give mini grant to another organization. That's why I say it's not going to help, because you are not giving out mini grant to help another organization build capacity.
I think
Multicultural is, that's the intent.
Multicultural give for businesses. If somebody want to do
An organization.
to build capacity.
I think the central question that I have is, I think that there's an idea that there is money, there's ARP dollars that are available, but our governmental structure, our staff have been moving towards a plan that we have already approved. And so my central question is, I don't know where where's the money coming from? I don't know where, if we were to pursue a different program or grant program, where that money would come from. I'm not comfortable changing things midway through and giving them 6 months to put together a program, put together proposals, put together, and then have that all spent. That seems impossible to me.
But Andrew, I asked a specific question when I talked about this last time. I said, do we still, and I turned my head, we can go to the video. I said, do we have money? They said, yeah, we have something going $6 million.
Yeah, no, and I understand.
We can allocate it the way that we can allocate it. I think we are here for a reason. We can like really tweak things in and out and just come up with like some fun, like, yeah,
So I mean,
500,000 and
so yeah, the money is there, but my understanding is that there's plans for where that money is to go. The work has
we
already.
make the plan.
I understand that but we've already approved those plans, and so what we would be having to have an additional discussion on is what are we not going to do, and I don't think any of us in this moment is prepared to have a discussion on what we have already approved, how we would like to change it, and how we would like to diminish those prior approved programs. It's a difficult place to be in.
What we want to do exactly with the 2.1, you said after, if we approve the 500 tonight, how much left?
2.1 in unencumbered ARPA funds.
Okay, 2.1, what exactly we plan for?
The acquisition of affordable housing units, so permanent affordable that the city would own and manage long-term, and the $500,000 contribution to the skate park renovation
To the
capital
what?
project.
Skate park.
The skate park renovation project is a capital project.
But we did not purchase land. We did not do that. We said, okay, this money we're going to purchase land and make like permanent affordable housing, right?
Staff is working on that already.
Yes,
So we have
but-
not brought that to you, but staff is working on that.
Yeah, but we can still buy some, and we don't have to use all the money to buy those kind of things. We can still buy some with those money and allocate some to this project.
I think because we are beyond the quarter after, I just noticed that. Sorry about that. We can certainly come back to this question, but what I do hear is at least I get a consensus that if there is going to be discussions on more funding, that I don't know where the willingness of this council, or I think it's capacity, the capacity for the city to create a new program and have people come and apply. We know that, although I did hear you say, like, the city went and, asked the SMID communities to come and get grants. I mean, and I think maybe that was a part of your, I don't know if that's what you're suggesting, is that the city go and find organizations.
No, we don't find organization. We can just now say, instead of using $2 million, 1.1, right, for the affordable housing specifically.
1.6.
Which
Instead
program
of-
would you cut?
What?
Which program would you cut?
Instead of using 1.6 million
Yeah.
to do buy land for affordable housing.
Yeah, or skate
let
parks or
us-
whatever, yeah.
Yeah, let us use like, for example, 1.3, and have like $300,000 allocated, and we can come up with something. Still, the staff can still work to use that 1.3 to do something, or whatever number that you guys decide. I mean, like that's example, just example 1.3.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to pause this conversation, and we're going to come back to this after our formal meeting, and we can consider ourselves on recess until later. All right. I am going to call the City of Iowa City formal meeting together to order for the June 4th, 2024. Roll call, please.
Alter.
Here.
Burgess.
Here.
Dunn.
Here.
Harmson.
Here.
Mo. Saleh.
Yes.
Teague.
Here. Welcome to everyone that is in person and those that are joining us virtually. Item number 2 is proclamations, and 2A is Gun Violence Awareness Day. Whereas every day more than 120 Americans are killed by gun violence and more than 200 are shot and wounded, with an average of more than 48,000 gun homicides every year, making Americans 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. And whereas Iowa has 332 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 10.3 deaths per 100,000 people, a crisis that costs the state $4.2 billion each year, of which $53 million is paid by taxpayers, Iowa has the 42nd highest rate of gun deaths in the U.S. And whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding residents goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories, and whereas elected officials and law enforcement officers, in partnership with local violence intervention activists and resources, know their communities best and are the most familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their community safe. And whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever as we see an increase in firearm homicides and non-fatal shootings across the country, increased calls to suicide and domestic violence hotlines, and whereas in January 2013, Hadia Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at the age of 15 while at a park with friends. On June 7, 2024, her 27th birthday, people across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange in tribute to Hadia and other victims of gun violence, as well as survivors and loved ones of those victims. Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. This color was chosen because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods. And orange is a color that symbolizes the value of life, of human life. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our families and communities safe. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim June 7, 2024 to be Gun Violence Awareness Day. In Iowa City, Iowa, we encourage everyone to honor and remember all victims and survivors of gun violence, to support their local communities' efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence, and declare that we as a country must do more to end this public health crisis. And to receive this is the Community Violence Prevention Coordinator, Jess Lang.
Good evening. As Mayor Teague said, I am Jess Lang. I work with Johnson County as the Community Violence Prevention Coordinator. I just wanted to thank you, Mayor Teague, for all of your support in the last year since the Johnson County CVI has started and been building. I also want to thank the support of the entire council. I also want to thank you. Your Iowa City Police Department, your officers have been instrumental in helping me get this off the ground and getting guns out of the hands of people in our community and keeping the homicides at zero. That's the hope. So thank you very much for all your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to 2B, which is Pride Month. Whereas LGBTQ plus communities across the nation annually celebrate pride in their culture and community in the month of June. And whereas the annual celebration of Pride began as a collective protest for the rights of LGBTQ+ individuals and communities. And whereas the national tradition of celebrating Pride in June is a tribute to the Stonewall riots of June 1969 in New York City, which are remembered as the launch of the modern LGBTQ+ rights movement. And whereas transgender persons of color, including Marsha P. Johnson, Sylvia Rivera, and Storm Day Lavari were primary leaders in the Stonewall expression of just treatment for LGBTQ+ people and gave their work and lives to the cause. And whereas the City of Iowa City recognizes that many LGBTQ+ lives that continue to be lost each year in pursuit of living out their authentic identities, in particular transgender persons of color. And whereas the City of Iowa City welcomes and accepts people of diverse sexual orientations, gender identities, and gender expressions, and is proud to celebrate the contributions and culture of all residents. And whereas each year, Iowa City Pride brings together thousands of LGBTQ+ persons from across Iowa and beyond to celebrate their shared identities and experiences. And whereas Iowa City Pride is celebrating its 54th annual Pride anniversary and the 55th anniversary of Stonewall this June. And whereas Iowa City Pride will host its annual Iowa City Pride on June 15th in downtown Iowa City, and I encourage all to attend this celebratory event, which includes a parade. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, Iowa, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2024 to be LGBTQ+ Pride Month in Iowa City, and encourage all to reflect on the ongoing struggle for equality, members of the LGBTQ+ community face, and celebrate the contributions that enhance our community. And to receive this proclamation is the president of Iowa City Pride and also our nighttime mayor, Joe Riley.
Thank you, Mayor Teague and Pro Tem Saleh and Council. I feel like just about a year ago, I was standing here telling you we're going to have our biggest festival yet, and I'm here to tell you this year we're having our biggest festival yet. Measured the Ped Mall. We're going to fit everybody in and still leave room for fire lanes, which is great. Our festival theme this year is Forward with Strength, and when we think about what that means in strength, it's relying on each other. It's showing up. It's being public and representative and seeing yourself out in public, people like you. And with our events, we like to keep them free, and having that exposure, that sense of community out here at no cost to our community is one of our goals. Some new programming elements that you may be excited about this year. We now have an after-hours show that's completely free to attend at the Englert, which if you're up past 10 p.m. like I am, it goes from 10 to 12 a.m. with headliner transgender artist Miss White. And then also we have a new temporary art installation that will build and grow throughout the day, and then it will be gone the next day, Jeff, and done by our partners at Public Space One. So it'll be really exciting. It just keeps growing, and we're so glad to have your support. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to all the other supporters that came for both the gun violence intervention as well as the Pride Committee. So thanks to all of you. We're going to move on to items number 3 through 7, except I do want to pull 6E for a separate consideration. So could I get a motion to approve?
Mayor, I'm sorry. I'd like to pull 5C for separate consideration as well.
Which one?
5C.
5C. Okay. Any other separate considerations? Okay. All right. Could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda for items 3 through 7 except for 6A, 6E, and 5C that will get separate consideration.
So moved.
Moved by Dunn,
Second?
seconded by Burgess, I think. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Anyone from the public like to discuss this? If you are online, please raise your virtual hand. See no one in person or online. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Harmson,
Yes.
Sella,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Dunn.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. We're going to move on to item number 5C. For consideration, could I get a motion to approve 5C?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dunn, seconded by Harmson. He's the only male voice on my right tonight. All right. Anyone from the public like to discuss this topic? Seeing no one in public, seeing no one in person or online, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Sella,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes?
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Dunn,
No.
Harmson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1. We're on to item number 6E, which Councilor Burgess will be recusing herself. Could I get a motion to approve item 6E?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Don, seconded by Alter. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Sella,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes?
Alter,
Yes.
Dunn,
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. All right, we are on to item number 8, which is community comment. And this is an opportunity for people to speak on anything that is not on the council agenda. And welcome. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hey, good afternoon, good evening. First of all, there is a county supervisor's election. My name is Brandon Ross. I'm not running for anything, thank you. There is a county supervisor's election going on till 8 o'clock. It's good to know. Good candidates like Mandy Remington, Rod Sullivan, Royce Ann. If I don't remember everybody, thank you. Anyway, I'm here today because I want to remind people, please continue to write your Congress, your House members, the White House, and tell your representatives to stop the sending of arms to countries much like Israel, which is basically bombing Hamas, to Ukraine, which is kind of a fascist regime right now. Which is just, well, I'll get into that, and also Taiwan. I don't know why we're bothering Chinese people at this point. We should really tell our Congress people to stop the aggression against these people. First of all, I am Ukrainian. My family, half my family is from Kiev area for hundreds of years. I am second generation Ukrainian American. I'm also Jewish on that side. I would like to say that the most recent news regarding that particular conflict is that Antony Blinken and Biden, President Biden, excuse me, have indicated that it would be great if the Ukrainians could use any of the arms that they can get from any of the NATO countries, and there are 32 of those countries, including the U.S., which basically is the ruler of those NATO countries, and that they could send bombs, nuclear-tipped bombs, and they could send the top-rated missiles into Russian cities. Already there have been bombs that have gone off into commercial areas and civilian areas into Russian areas. Right now, Volodymyr Zelensky is no longer constitutionally president, but he canceled elections in Ukraine, so you cannot have an election. He has shut down down 14 opposition parties. He has imprisoned his number one opposition leader. He has shut down 5 out of the 6 media companies. He has also closed churches, and he doesn't want to go anywhere. He is known to be a very corrupt leader, much like many of the previous Ukrainian leaders. I am Ukrainian. I do not accept this leadership that is in Ukraine. It is a violent fascist group. It is anti-Semitic. In 2019, Israel came out with a study that showed that Ukraine was the most anti-Semitic country in Europe. They are also anti-LGBTQ. They are anti-Tartar. They are anti-Roma. They are anti-Russian, and they are violent. And this is the group that the U.S. got with 10 years ago when they sponsored the coup in Ukraine and overthrew the president. And this was McCain and Newland and Lindsey Graham and Joe Biden. But Obama said, I don't want to get involved in Ukraine and cause World War III, and he was right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic or have a comment during this time? Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Howdy, my name is Trent Grierson. I am a resident of Iowa City and a bartender here as well. And I'm here to discuss a topic not on the agenda this evening. It's about the price increase for parking. I understand that my grievance may come too little too late, but I feel that they must be aired on behalf of the backbone of this community. Adequate and affordable parking is a necessity for a successful service industry, and forget the impact of price hike on our customers. I had an ankle surgery back in January, and a contemporary of mine had a hip surgery last year, which precludes us from walking to and from work. We would love to take the bus system, which is now free. Thank you very much, guys. But they stop running at 10 p.m. I do not get off work until 3 o'clock in the morning. That becomes a little difficult. Moving along. So the only option here now is parking. The increase would mean a substantial overhead increase for individuals already living on the margin. Yesterday, I made $65 in cash tips. After 9 hours of being parked in the ramp, if you increase the prices, that's going to be $16. That will be a quarter of my cash tips from that shift. Other cities such as Cedar Rapids, which is nearly twice our size, only charges 75 cents an hour and in the ramp, and $1.25 an hour for street parking. So other options that we could pursue instead of this immediate price hike would be we could do a incremental adjustment of a quarter a year in order to get us up to your expected budget. We could also extend transit service hours so that we're not completely reliant upon parking. Otherwise, we could offer permits to downtown employees. Thank you very much, members of the council.
Thank you. I'll have you sign in right there. Thank you so much. Anyone else like to address this topic or address a topic that is not on our agenda? Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close that part of our agenda. We're going to move on to our regular formal agenda, which is, we'll start with item 9A. This is the 2024 Water Pavement Patching Project. Resolution approving project manual and an estimate of cost for the construction of the 2024 Water Pavement Patching Project. Establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing, and welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm Mari Van Dyke. I'm with the engineering division. So this is an annual maintenance project where we repair pavement that was damaged from water main breaks. So the types of pavement that we repair include sidewalk, driveways, concrete street, asphalt street, kind of any combination of those. These pictures show kind of what the sites look like once the water division is finished with their water main repair. So they'll put back either rock or temporary asphalt. So I guess with this project, we combine the permanent repair of all the locations into one project. So currently there are 28 locations in need of repair. And then as new water main breaks happen throughout the rest of the year, those will be added to this contract as well. So we estimate that about 15 to 20 locations will be added to the project by the end of the year. So the estimated construction cost is $320,000. That's for just the 28 starting locations. Then for schedule, we'll open bids June 25th, award the contract July 16th, and then construction would go from July to November this year. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you much. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Burgess.
Second, Harmson.
Moved by Burgess, seconded by Harmson. We know that one counselor left, so we're going to, we'll open it up for council discussion at this point. But before roll call, we will wait.
I was going to ask, actually, just as a point of reminder, with the permanent patching, or so-called, that's sort of, that basically, it extends the life of the existing road until we get to a point where it's like, it has to be completely reconstructed. So this is, I mean, it's definitely extending the life of the road, correct?
So, in a sense, the main goal of this project is, like, really what's out there is like an emergency
Right, okay.
repair.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so we're just kind of fixing that to the existing conditions that were there before
Gotcha.
the water main break happened.
Gotcha, yeah. And I'm sorry, it's like, yes, I saw the pictures of everything.
No, it's okay.
It's like, I had a different thought to like keep things humming along.
Also, I have a lot of different annual maintenance projects,
Yeah.
so they kind
Yeah.
of blur together.
Yeah, but no, the pictures explained it all, as did your, thank you.
No
But
problem.
all of these are not temporary fixes. I mean, it could be
So I
patching it
guess
up.
what the city staff has put back immediately after they fixed the water main break is temporary until we go back with this project to permanently repair it.
Got it. Yeah, it's no fun to have a water main break. Thank you. Any other questions?
I will say it is fun to get calls from people and be able to answer their questions because
Yes.
Jeff sends out good, timely emails on Fridays.
Yes.
I've had that happen multiple times where people have called me and said, "Why the hell don't I have water?" And I'm like, "Well, thank God I got this message."
Yes. Yes.
So thank you.
Great. All right. So continuing with council discussion on item number 9A. Any other discussion by council? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes?
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Dunn,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Saleh.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. 9B is transit funding application. Resolution authorizing the filing of an application with the Iowa Department of Transportation for fiscal year 2025, state transit assistance and federal transit administration funding. I'm going to open the public hearing, and I'm going to welcome Darian Nagel-Gamm. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Darian Nagel-Gamm. I'm the Director of Transportation Services with the city. The item before you tonight is our Consolidated Transit Funding Application, which is an annual application that we file with the Iowa DOT, the Department of Transportation, listing our capital and operating expenses for which the city seeks funding from the DOT and from the Federal Transit Administration. The projects contained in this application have been programmed by Iowa City Transit for Federal Transit Administration Section 5307, 5310, 5339 funds in the upcoming fiscal year FY25. The projects will be included in the FY25 Iowa DOT Consolidated Transit Funding application that the MPO of Johnson County, or the Metropolitan Planning Organization of Johnson County, is completing, and also in the FY25 through 28 MPO-JC Transportation Improvement Program. So Iowa City Transit may not seek funding for all the projects we have listed in our program and projects tonight. However, each project needs to be listed in order to qualify for, or to be eligible for federal funding. The four categories of funding that we are requesting funding for are as follows. Number one is our State Transit Assistance Program, and we are requesting over $694,000 in funding. And these are operational fundings that are awarded to MPO-JC and then distributed to Iowa City Transit, Coralville Transit, and the University of Iowa CAN-BUS. The second category of funding is federal operating assistance for transit, and that's approximately $3.1 million this year, mostly used for salaries and wages of our transit staff. And these funds are awarded from the FTA to provide, again, operational assistance for our agency. The third category of funding is federal funds for transit serving primarily elderly persons and persons with disability. This is categorized as 5310 funding in federal parlance, and this is approximately $200,000, and this will go to help support our SEATS paratransit contract and our SEATS paratransit service that we contract through Johnson County. And last but not least is the statewide federal capital assistance for transit. This is 5339 funding. This is over $34 million. As you might imagine, this contains the funding from which we will be constructing a new transit facility. It also includes funding for new expanded fleet of electric buses, electric bus replacements, future paratransit vehicles that we need to replace when our fleet ages out of production, spare parts, and the like. So this is really kind of our wish list of all the things that we would like to see funded. Of course, we've already received word federally that we've received grant funding for the new facility. That's the $19+ million grant. But until those funds are actually drawn down, they like to see these in our formal request. So you will likely see these for the next few years as we are designing and constructing the transit facility until that grant is ultimately closed out. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have today.
Thanks for bringing this before us. The one question I have, I know that we have 28E agreement as stated here with Johnson County for seats. And then, of course, we have the MPO. Explain a little bit more about this application. Why is the MPO listed in here where we're asking for funding for other communities?
It's a great question. So federally, the designation, there's a designated metropolitan planning organization in every metropolitan area that is a recipient of federal transportation funds. And they're responsible both for receiving those funds and for planning and programming those funds. So they sort of act as the overseer for any federal transportation funds that we receive. So they receive the funds, and then through the metropolitan planning process, those funds are then distributed to the member entities. So the MPOJC board ultimately makes the decision about how much of that total funding we receive federally that comes to the metro area gets allocated to Iowa City, to Coralville, and to Canvas. So that's their role. They're kind of, they oversee the distribution of federal funds on behalf of the federal government.
And we are the ones that kind of apply to the state for this, and the other communities are not.
They will also.
So they'll also have it in
yes.
there. Okay, thank you.
Yes, you bet.
for the
That's a good
clarification.
point of clarification. So Coralville will also be going through the similar process. And the university would go through a similar process for their federal funds.
Thank you. Hearing no more questions, thanks. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second, Harmson.
Moved by Alter, seconded by Hermson. Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Dunn,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Saleh,
Yes.
Teague.
Yes, motion passes 6-0. 9C is amendment to Title 8, Chapter 7, adding section prohibition, throwing and shooting projectiles. Ordinance amending Title 8 entitled Police Regulations, Chapter 7 entitled Weapons to add a new section prohibiting throwing and shooting projectiles into or on public ways and property. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dustin Liston, Chief of Police. We talked about this last year, if you guys remember. We have an ongoing problem in the community with many of our youth and adults using typically what the name brand is an Orbeez gun. There's other brands, but what they do is they shoot projectiles that have either water or these water or gel-filled beads, and they run around and play games and shoot one another with it. But the thing that's concerning is now they're starting to shoot at unsuspecting people, not willing participants. We had an issue last year that the Mayor, you took charge and led a CVI meeting that was very successful. The challenge we face now is last year was kind of a confined group of people that we knew who they were. It's a much bigger problem this year. So far this year, we've had over 60 calls for service related to these guns, and in the last 2 months, we've had over 30. If you remember last year, we had an incident where we had someone who was, most of these guns look very toyish. They're wild colors, but occasionally we'll have instances where people, for whatever reason, modify them to look real. And that's what I'm really afraid of, especially, we had the proclamation today on gun violence. I would hate to see tragedy happen when someone mistakes one of these guns for a real gun. That's the thing I'm worried about. And without this ordinance change, we really don't have anything to do, any enforcement action we can take unless they commit other crimes. And recently we've had cases where we've had to charge people with assault, with disorderly conduct, and we'd really like to get ahead of it and work on prevention. If we have this tool, we can talk to the people. We always start with education first. And if that doesn't work, then we have this ordinance change that would allow us to write a citation, which would be a $50 fine. It would be no different than a seatbelt ticket. And just like with seatbelt or speeding, we try to get ahead of the bigger problems, and that's what we would try to do here. Like I said, some of the problems we've been seeing, if it's a group of kids in a park that are playing with one another, that's a perfect opportunity for education. That's where we talk to them, let them know that if the ordinance changed, that we can't do that in public places. And if that doesn't work, then we would have the option to seize the guns, and we could have the option of writing a citation. But as you know, we always lead with education first. So I'm happy to take any questions. Last year, the CVI, we're willing to do the CVI again. I think we should, but we need to identify a distinct group of people. The groups we've had have ranged from all over different sides of the community. It wasn't, last year was a very small group, and we were able to make a lot of progress with just dealing with those people, and it pretty much solved the problem. And now the problem is back with a larger group of people.
Was the CPI?
Yes.
What's the CPI?
Community violence intervention. Jess Lang was here. She represents part of that group. The mayor had a group of people. I think some other of you may have all participated in it. We knew a lot of the people that, I think that was the night, maybe the genesis of that was an event, I think it happened during the Juneteenth, and Redmond got in the crossfire too. So, but that was very helpful. And I have a meeting on Thursday with the county attorney, and we're going to be discussing options for identifying more people to have those meetings with again.
I guess the question I have is how, and I'm not a lawyer, of course, but how is it not assault to just shoot random people?
It can be.
Okay.
And we have charged people with assault. What we'd like to do is intervene before that happens. So this year we have charged people with assault. One of the things we've noticed, some of them kind of maliciously freezing the beads to make it hurt a little worse. And that's where, they can produce injuries, welts, and sometimes they can break the skin. And then that obviously is assault.
Yeah. Okay.
But the question is, you mean like they intentionally shooting like stranger?
Yes.
Or they just like was playing and they shoot somebody else like coming across or something like that?
We've seen both. What we've seen is people doing like drive-bys with cars and just shooting randomly at strangers and videotaping it. There's some nationwide trends where people are using social media to videotape these events, and that's what we kind of see at the end of the school year. I think that's what the timing seems to be both last year and this year is kind of fueled by social media.
But when you say like you cannot do this in public, like for example, if a group of kids they playing this game together and they went to like a park and there is no one in that park like a certain time and they just was doing it there among themselves, is that also like will become illegal?
Yes. The ordinance. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say the ordinance does have a carve out if there's some event that with the city manager's written approval, they could do that. Again, we have had instances where it was just a group of friends and we go and tell them like, hey, right now it's not against city ordinance. So we really don't have any teeth to that. We remind them that it can become a problem. It's just dangerous to do. This isn't something that people should be doing in public anyhow because of some of these do look like real guns and we would hate for a tragedy to happen.
And yeah, if somebody said maybe also, if I saw a gun, I will just have heart attack, even if it's not a real gun. So, yeah, some people they just don't like that. So.
So I just want to clarify what's currently on the books and what this would change. So it's currently unlawful already and is a simple misdemeanor in our code for carrying any toy pistol, toy gun, or other toy arms or slingshot out of or by which any leaden or other dangerous missiles can be discharged. Okay, so I think my primary concern with this ordinance, two things. One is it's very broad because it's much beyond just the toy guns and the Orbeez and that concern. I saw in the memo introducing it that there was some concern about water balloons as well. But I think this would criminalize, like literally skipping stones at Terry Trueblood. This would criminalize throwing a rock onto a sidewalk as it's written. And I think if we're going to criminalize acts in our community, it needs to be very narrowly tailored to address specific behavior. Otherwise, we have a situation where there can be discretion to say, well, these kids playing in the park, they're not hurting anyone, but if a particular officer has an issue with, one of those kids or something like that, they can then be charged with a crime instead of addressing The outcome of the behavior, which I think we already have protections in place for that. In general, I am not in favor of criminalizing additional activities in our community. I think it's really important that we get to the root, and I appreciate you saying you want to provide education and prevention. I don't think a citation after the fact for $50 and a misdemeanor on someone's record is going to deter that behavior. I think it really is about social media and peer pressure and those kinds of things, not about what, I don't believe in this instance that this is a tool in the toolbox that will actually address the issue. And if we need to, based on things looking like guns, those Orbeez guns are definitely capable of discharging a dangerous missile if they're frozen, for example. The code just says from which may be discharged. So you don't even have to have discharged it. If it's capable of doing that, it's already unlawful. So I just think if the true intent is to capture those particular issues, we have tools already to do it. But in general, I don't think that, having something that criminalizes, if I'm changing out the pavers in my front walkway and I throw a brick and it lands in the right-of-way, under this ordinance, that could be a crime unless Jeff Ruin has given me permission in advance.
What is that?
Where are you seeing that, Counselor?
That from?
The ordinance itself.
I'm reading the ordinance also.
It is unlawful for a person to throw stones, bricks, or missiles of any kind, or to shoot other dangerous instruments or toys, or on or into any street, alley, highway, sidewalk, public way, public ground, or public building without written consent of the city manager. It is the act of throwing onto a public way of stones, bricks, or missiles of any kind.
I want to make sure that we are giving questions at this point because we'll be able to come back and do deliberations. But I thought you were getting to a question.
My question was my reading of the code as written correct, that it could be enforced that way, understanding that maybe wasn't the intent based on the memo?
Yeah, I'll open with agreement. I'm certain that you're right. It was not the intent to, have tossing a brick onto the parkway or something to be a criminal event. In response to your question about the current toy gun and slingshot ordinance, that requires a dangerous missile, and whereas we've concluded that a BB gun would apply, our conclusion when this issue was first raised some time ago was that that would not apply to Orbeez guns with the gel pellets, probably whether they're frozen or not, and that's why it was decided we would need something more, and that's how we got to this ordinance here. We, if memory serves, largely mirrored ordinances that were already in place in neighboring communities such as Coralville and North Liberty, and used theirs as a model.
So I guess my question is, if our only concern was with the language for dangerous missile, why couldn't we say or gel pellet? If we're being very specific about our issue, it would seem, if everyone's on the same page here, it would seem that would achieve the same goal without some of the downsides.
Yeah, of course, it wouldn't address the water balloon part to that.
We could add that too.
Well, we want to be careful about trying to
hydrated projectile.
Make an exhaustive list because I wouldn't have thought of water balloons being thrown from cars driving down the highway, nor would I have thought of Orbeez guns until a year ago or so.
But aren't we creating a list with the new ordinance?
Well, it's still broad. I mean, I get what you're saying insofar as it lists stones, bricks, or missiles, but it ends with, of any kind, missiles being a projectile.
So a water balloon is a missile, but a frozen Orbeez pellet is not a dangerous missile.
I would agree that a water balloon probably, I'm sorry, is that what you said, is not a...
So under the proposed ordinance, a water balloon is a missile.
Yeah.
But under the current ordinance, a frozen Orbeez pellet is not a dangerous missile.
We think we would have a hard time proving that up, yes.
I think you might have a hard time with a water balloon being a missile also, but... My overall objection is,
Yeah.
sorry.
I take your point about whether it's written too broadly, that's a reasonable point.
And it just kind of be like, why we're saying this ordinance will impose a crime or penalty? Like, can we just give people, if they did that, without making it a crime? Like, give them a ticket, a warning, without like calling it a crime, and just do everything as it is, but not call it a crime.
Well, we couldn't issue a warning for a non-crime. Is that what you were suggesting? Certainly,
A
they could be
fine.
counseling.
Well, civil
Like
penalty.
a fine, a ticket, like, or anything.
Oh, like a civil penalty or
Yes,
something?
a
Is that what you
civil
mean?
penalty kind of.
Oh. Well, we could certainly do that, but that would be a municipal infraction, and that's not something our officers can dole out on the spot. That's more, there's junk in your yard, your grass is too high. It's something that has a much lengthier process and requires us to file, something and pay a filing fee up front and so forth. It's not the kind of agile response that officers need, in the moment to resolve a problem.
So, you were going to say something?
Oh, just a question for the chief. Is there, from a legal standpoint, do you feel like your officers are empowered to do that educational component, whether they're, like currently, like right now, do they go and talk to kids who are harming people or who are acting in ways that they believe are about to harm people? Is there anything preventing them from saying, hey, knock it off, it looks like you're going to hurt someone?
There's nothing preventing them, but there is something preventing us from seizing those guns. And that's, we would also like to do that, because if we see someone shooting at someone in public, if they don't hit them, and even if they do hit them and it doesn't cause an injury, there's nothing wrong with that, and we can,
But they
there's
can't-
nothing we can do.
But they can't carry them according to current ordinance.
No, they can. They can carry them.
Under the current ordinance, they could carry these because, again,
It's not a
Orbeez
dangerous
guns
missile.
are not,
Well, it says carrying prohibited. It shall be unlawful for any person to possess or carry any. They can't carry it. I don't know.
Would the city attorney's office entertain an interpretation of the word may be discharged to understand that you could put something in an Orbeez gun that looks like a real gun that then is a dangerous missile? It seems to me that that's where you would get that.
Right. I understand your point you're making. I'm just, and I'm not sure whether I would entertain that is what's important. It's whether a magistrate would dismiss it, is what I'm concerned about. I mean, there's been some case law about BB guns, and there have been many who have proffered a defense in saying, hey, the BB is not a dangerous missile and so forth. Ultimately, there's been some case law, not a lot, but some case law that says, yeah, that is. Obviously, we've had a tragedy in our own community a couple years ago, I believe, where that hazard was made evident. But those defenses have been proffered. I'm fearful that if we were to try to prosecute someone even with frozen Orbeez, that there would be a pretty good defense on their part saying, hey, it's a gel, thing sold, in toy stores, et cetera, and that we would. I'm not sure we would prevail on that.
I'm confused.
Sure. Tell me more.
I still don't understand how, as the current ordinance is written, not the one that we're understanding. I'm confused as to how our law enforcement officers are seeing something that says carrying prohibited and we're allowing it to happen. Like, is there a disconnect there, or like what's?
It's the definition of a dangerous missile or projectile.
So they can't carry a BB gun, for example, just carrying a BB gun would be illegal, but that's because it is interpreted as being capable of firing a dangerous missile. This covers Orbeez guns and other things that you could throw. And doesn't require to be a dangerous missile.
Okay.
It can be just something that's harmful.
So if we amended that to be more specific to our issue,
Which version, sorry?
the current language, not proposed.
Okay.
To be more specific to the issue that we're dealing with, would we be able to address the problem? Would we be able to seize them if they were in public, and or shooting other people? Would we be able to do what the police department is hoping to do?
Well, it depends on the amendment. If you're saying, could we amend the present ordinance in such a way as to incorporate Orbeez guns?
Correct.
Then yes. I'm not sure how we would rephrase that, but if we would largely probably be taking language from the ordinance proposed before you and amending the current ordinance in such a way to make sure we're inclusive, then that would address the police's concern about their ability to seize the guns if they see folks firing off and so forth. That would not address the throwing other objects. But again, if you wanted to amend the current ordinance in such a way as to include the throwing too, then, then we're probably right back to this ordinance.
Is something that's thrown a projectile?
Yes.
Okay. Could we not just say like toy guns, slingshots, and projectiles? Change that part, and then, we could literally say hydrated projectiles. I'm serious.
I understand what you're saying, and presumably that would address, well, I mean, we could write it in such a way as to ensure that we're addressing Orbeez guns. I think that's your point, and without including, let's say, Nerf guns.
Yeah.
Sure, that could probably be done, but again, I don't know what else police officers have encountered being thrown. Again, water balloons is one of the things that apparently has been happening. I guess I can't speak for the police as to what other objects they've seen thrown, but our view was that we, looked at what neighboring communities have done, have it worked for them. The answer we got was yes, and so we kind of figured we would go with what.
I guess my final question before I
Yeah.
continue beating a dead horse. Would we achieve similar effect, if not, or equivalent effect, by amending what already exists in that way that we've been discussing, rather than adopting what has already been?
Well-
would our law enforcement officers be able to achieve what they want to achieve and what we want them to achieve? Because I do want them to achieve this.
If we were to amend the present ordinance in such a way as to be essentially inclusive of everything that's being offered.
Not everything.
Well, okay. Which
Yeah.
parts would you want to carve out?
Specifically, we're talking about the Orbeez, the water balloons. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Could we amend the present ordinance such as, or to include Orbeez and water balloons, but not the stones, bricks, or missiles? We could do that.
And that would achieve what our law enforcement
Well,
officers
I'll
are
let the
wanting
chief
to.
answer
That's
that.
what I'm wondering, yeah.
Yes, yep.
Okay.
Any other questions? We'll certainly have time to deliberate.
My question is just really basic. Have there been problems with water balloons?
There have.
Okay.
It's not near to the extent of the Orbeez situation, but yes, around the same time last year that we were dealing with, we had some people driving around throwing water balloons into other cars. Yes. Mhm.
Hearing no other questions at this time, would anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand, and if you're in person, please step to the mic. Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. And can I get a motion to give first consideration?
So moved.
Moved by Dunn,
Second.
seconded by Alter. Council discussion.
So let me ask a question. Let me jump right in, because it
Yeah,
actually
that's fine.
responds to sort of the back and forth thing. And I apologize because I have a cough drop, so if I sound mushy, I apologize. So my question is this, is that what is, and it's a genuine question, I really do not know. What is the benefit of simply amending an ordinance versus adding another one? And I asked that, I guess I want to know both from a legal perspective, is there a distinction or a benefit to having a separate new ordinance as opposed to amending it? And then from sort of the council perspective, the same question.
May I respond briefly?
I wanted to ask him.
Okay, I'm sorry. The only thing that I think is that there's a difference in the breadth. That's the only thing that I see in the difference.
So there's no real distinction, it's just sort of
Well, it's-
the I don't know,
Well, yeah. So I mean, like,
the elegance of having it in one.
it's whether we're, as I understand, addressing the existing problem as we see it, like precisely, which I think I would hope that we all want to do, versus I do think this would make it a finable offense to skip rocks. And I'm very concerned about that. I don't think anyone wants that, even if it is not the intent, it is the letter of the law would be here. And so my concern is with that, the breadth of what we are doing with this. I have no problem if we were to create an additional one, but it does seem like we have, as Councilor Burgess mentioned, we already have a tool, and we can make a very small, precise change to address the problem that this is trying to address.
In that case, kind of following up a further question, the skipping stones versus causing, having an Orbeez fight, is there, and this maybe is a question for Eric, if the proposed amendment here were to say something indicative of, in the act of creating a public danger or public nuisance, you know what I mean? Adding a phrase in this, this proposed, somewhere in the it is unlawful for a person, ... without written consent of the city manager, to add something about public nuisance being, because I think that's kind of the difference, right? I mean, somebody throwing a paver, somebody, that's, as opposed to, what we've seen, which is a concern. I am very concerned about that and what that could lead to. So,
I guess my hesitancy about that would be the argument that what constitutes a danger or a nuisance, I think is the word you use, might be difficult to prove, and any ambiguities would be interpreted to the benefit of the defendant, and I imagine we might lose a lot of cases like that. The only other difference I see is, again, if the present ordinance, which is 8-7-3, toy guns and slingshots, as long as, we've got carrying and so forth here. Now, presently, carrying an Orbeez gun is not illegal. And so I want to understand what it is. I guess I shouldn't presume because it's council's decision about what they want to do here. So I guess in answer to your question, Councilor Harmsen, I would be hesitant to adopt such a standard because I think it might be problematic.
cause a different problem.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I have one question maybe just to add to this, because I do understand that this is generalized, so thanks for, it's too general, and it can be inclusive of a lot of stuff. I also just want to put out there that, we see water guns here, but I can tell you that some of that is not water. So it is bleach, so I think a part of the discussion is, how do we know what the next thing is that's going to come out, and how do we capture that? But I do understand, the concern, absolutely, without a doubt. The skipping of the rocks and all that other stuff, I don't think that's what we're really wanting to penalize here or go into, although there is already an avenue for that if someone is assault, right? If that's the issue. But I just wanted to add that to the conversation. I won't belabor it. The other thing I will just mention is, the BB gun that our city attorney mentioned. That was an event that happened right over there near Sycamore Street and the highway, where someone was out there innocently, while they were shooting in their backyard, I think rabbits or something like that.
Squirrels.
Squirrels. Yes, squirrels. And it actually, the person sitting in the car, their window was down far enough where they had, terrible instant, effect from that. So I just want to bring that out there as well. The other thing that I will say, in light of, the work that was done last year, this happened during Juneteenth, where we realized that we have been getting complaints to the council level about the Orbeez guns prior to June 19th. We heard it happen in downtown through some of the parks, as well as through the Old Capitol Center, where people are using these guns. We also, we brought individuals here to City Hall, the individuals that we knew. We had a great conversation with them. There was also a video that showed a bunch of kids down in front of the mall downtown. I still call it the Old Capitol Mall, in downtown, and they were hanging out. And then there was a car coming. It was actually northbound on Clinton Street, and there was they were shooting at this van, and the kids were running into the street. Cars coming south. It was very, very dangerous. That vehicle that was heading north got in the opposite lane and made a left going where the buses go. So this is a problem within the community. The good thing is that we have the conversation, the educational piece. We did a presentation that kind of showed these kids, the concerns about these. July 4th, we had, because the July 4th was coming, and after we had this opportunity to talk to them, we had 0, I believe, instances that we heard of July 4th, because we were worried. These kids are ramped up. So education does work, and I think that whatever we create, I think the education can still be there. But if kids have these, devices, they are probably not going to stop unless there's something that kind of, sends the message home, not only to themselves, but also to their peers and their parents.
I just think fundamentally we have to decide what we want to be a crime and what we don't. And what's in front of us tonight would criminalize all kinds of conduct that we all seem to agree we don't want to criminalize. And our city attorney said very clearly he doesn't want to add something like it needs to be dangerous because we might have a problem proving that. I have no interest in criminalizing activities that aren't even arguably dangerous. I don't think that is the role of the city, particularly when we're talking about our armed officers enforcing these infractions.
Go right ahead.
I really agree. I did not see criminal penalties at all until you grabbed that to my attention. And I think the way that you explain it, since you have experience and you are a lawyer, so you can read like in the fine line. So I really wouldn't anticipate that we're gonna make it criminal penalty. I just thought, look at the $50. Oh, it's not bad, and for like this. But I really would like, as the mayor said, education work. I will just, if the education couldn't work, then let us do education instead of making it criminal. And also, if we can figure out, use it like any tools in our toolbox, and just figure out another way of giving ticket or make it violations without making it criminal, I will do that. But I'm not interested in voting something that will just add a lot barriers than what we have in this community.
And what I was going to go ahead. I would just want to put this out there because it really does kind of add another element to what Mayor Pro Tem just stated. My question is there a way where there is a kind of a stepping stone where, the warning is there, then there is, first is the warning, then there is $50 fine, and then if, the third time, there is that, that criminal option. So I put it out there. I don't know all the ins and outs, but I just wanted to put it out there.
I mean, how does that work with, if we have a fine, it's technically you can't fine somebody for doing something that's not against something.
Well, right. Again, if you're going to make people pay a fine, it's either a civil penalty or a criminal fine. And so, obviously, if you're looking to impose a criminal fine, you need a crime. If it's a civil penalty, then we, again, would likely be issuing a municipal infraction. As I mentioned before, that's just not a very practical answer for the police. We've been approached in the past about trying to convert some crimes into municipal infractions, and I think the only one we've actually done so is disorderly house for loud parties, and that was more in a response to what we do when officers go to a location and knock on the door to try to just educate the public and say, hey, can you turn it down and so forth, but they don't answer and keep the music back and no one will come to the door. Well, we needed a civil remedy for that, and so we did create a civil version of disorderly house. But again, there's a lot of work involved with going that route, and we impose it on the folks who have signed a lease there. And so you can just imagine there's a lot of things that would distinguish that kind of circumstance from what you could do or what an officer could do on the street, if he encounters something like that.
I think if we had Fun Patrol, it would be people who could say, hey, kids, knock it off, and provide the education, and would help solve the problem.
So
Can I?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just want to hop in. I've just been sort of trying to make sense of this all. And I guess one of the things is that, in fact, I think that given the direction and the tenor of the council in previous discussions about public safety, that the police force knows not to, and our legal department is not going to bring something to us without having considered a lot of ramifications. Like, it's not just sort of like, let's slap together an ordinance and say, hey, here, pass it. Knowing very well that it's something that, in fact, this council is and has been talking about and really parsing this finely, and I think for absolutely all the right reasons. But I feel like in slicing and dicing and parsing the language of this, it's in some ways actually becoming oversimplified to say, well, if there's a paver, that's a crime. There's no interest in, and I agree, we don't want to criminalize something that's not dangerous, but I think the whole point of why this is before us is because, in fact, there have been problems that are potentially dangerous, not simply for individuals who are innocents, so to speak, but those who are involved in it. It could become very dangerous for them as well. They're putting themselves into a situation where either they're playing around and horsing around and, God forbid, a traffic accident and then they're hurt, or that a gun is mistaken and otherwise. So I guess I just want to sort of bring it back to, like, at the same time that I think we are absolutely right to look at this with a fine, a very fine lens on this. I also just want to say, realistically speaking, this council and this Iowa City Police Department and our mayor's office and et cetera, they're not just bringing something because they know we're going to rubber stamp this and that they think that this is just something that isn't needed. And I appreciate that we're having the conversation to say, is it needed or not? And we may decide it's not. But I think it's too fine a point or too broad of a point to say that the ordinance is here essentially to say, let's just put this through because we just don't like Orbeez. I think that there are real complexities and that there are the potential of danger, which is why it's before us. So I just wanted to raise that.
I'm glad you did, because that's actually so, last summer, during one of the events we were talking about, during a festival downtown, literally watch this kind of all happen. And that's actually, so bear with me for just 1 second. Crossfire hit a little girl. She was like 3 years old, playing on the playground in the face, and she started crying. Her dad was understandably upset. And he went, and I believe there was, I can't remember now if it was an officer there, or it might have even been one of our county supervisors that sort of intervened and calmed down the situation. People that were there and de-escalated the situation successfully. But that could have gone a very different way. I know that if I was there and being a dad, if all of a sudden my little girl gets hit in the eye, I don't know. I mean, we're lucky it didn't devolve into violence. Now you take that and you add it into the stark reality of our situation, and Councilor Alter has got her orange shirt on for a reason today, and I forgot mine. I'm sorry. I forgot what day it was. So what if that dad is also maybe just a little bit aggressive and is packing heat, because that's the state we live in, that's the country we live in. Now these kids who started with the Orbeez, who are just kids for goodness sakes, they're facing some really, really dangerous consequences. And that's the fear I have. So last summer, I was really happy the way that it was a small enough group that intervention, I think that was a classic example of what a good program that is, and it worked well. What we're hearing is we've got it back, but we still have all those dangers out there. So I see this, when this came before us, I was like, oh, I'm so sad to see this. I really appreciate the concerns about, we want to make something that's not overbroad, but I'm not really ready to throw this out because it kind of sucks to have to criminalize this and criminalize what should be a fun kid activity. I think it would be, I mean, I grew up in rural Iowa where there actually were BB gun fights. I did not participate, but I did play football with a kid who lost his eye doing that. So, you know, I'm not really advocating that, but I mean, I grew up in a different time and place. Nerf guns, I've been the survivor of many a Nerf gun battle with my children. These Orbeez things, and they're really not meant to be harmful, and so I hate to, like, be that heavy-handed thing. At the same time, I think there might be something about giving a slap on the wrist so they don't find themselves in a much, much worse situation because again, our society is not what it was when I was a kid. We didn't have the threats of gun violence. And so, do I think does this make me happy? No. Am I thinking that it's unnecessary? I'm not sure that I think that. I think it might be necessary or something else like this, so that there is something that we can, you know, impose that and stop this before it has a chance to escalate into something that won't involve an officer. In fact, I'm far less worried about officers being involved than somebody who's coming into our town who has decided they needed to carry a gun places. They get hit in the face, their kid gets hit in the face, and that anger starts to escalate. And then we've got blood on the ground, not just a $50 fine. So, I mean, that's my fear, and that's where I'm kind of looking at this and approaching this from, is I think, yeah, the Orbeez themselves, they're annoying at worst, right? But what about the next thing that happens? And so that's actually, that, you know, and there is an education component, and we already heard that there's going to be an attempt to reach out. But we've also heard, too, that there are people from other communities coming here into our community and participating in this. What should be a harmless, silly prank, but maybe in today's world it's not.
Isn't that a slippery slope fallacy, though? To say, like, well, what does this lead to? That's not a
I mean, I
real-
almost saw it come to blows. I don't know how slippery slope that is.
No, and I understand, but we're talking about, like, whether we take an action that is extraordinarily broad, right? I think we can all acknowledge that the thing in front of us is extraordinarily broad in the way that it is written.
I don't know about extraordinarily. I can understand the concerns that have been raised. I don't know that, I mean, I want to think about that some more. Is that fair?
Yeah, oh, it's totally fair. But I mean, I think that this council wants to do something about this specific issue. This should not be happening, right? I think that we should have the ability to, you know, take these toy weapons out of people's hands and try to prevent these types of situations. But I don't know that the way that this is worded is appropriate to do that, right? And we've had just as much said, both from our city attorney, that we can achieve the similar results with an amendment to the already existing language. Similarly, from our chief of police, they both said that if we amended it to you know, the minor wording changes to, what is the specific word? Dangerous missile, or, you know, we can just be more specific. We can address these specific changes and problems in our community rather than quite literally, as everyone up here I think acknowledges, technically criminalize skipping rocks. Like, my real concern is with how broad this is. We are not having problems right now with people skipping rocks. Or as far as I know, people even throwing rocks at each other. So why are they a part of the issue if that's not something that we're experiencing? Additionally, throwing rocks is a major escalation than using, like, a toy gun. That's assault and battery. Clearly, that's already not allowed, you know? So, like, that's my concern. Like, I want to do this the right way, and I just don't believe that this is the right way. Like, I want to be able to achieve what the chief of police is talking about, what Eric's intent in this language is, and I think as well as what your intent is. But I just don't like all of the other stuff, that the baggage that comes with this. I think it's unwise.
I guess the question for the council at this point is there support for what's before us now with some edits, or what Councilor Dunn just mentioned, is there interest at looking at the current ordinance and adding in maybe more specifics of addressing the issue that we have on hand?
I think this actually goes back to, I would very much like to hear, is there a distinction? Is there a between amending an existing ordinance or having a new one that's addressing this?
No, I don't think there's any legal distinction as to where the language is found, if it's found in a new ordinance or it's found in an amended version of 873, the present ordinance. I would just want to make sure I get some guidance from council about what you specifically want to achieve. Like, for example, with the toy guns and slingshots, again, referencing something capable of, firing a dangerous missile, even carrying it is prohibited. Under the proposed ordinance, that is not prohibited for carrying an Orbeez gun. You could carry an Orbeez gun, but as soon as you start shooting it under those circumstances that are outlined, then then and only then is it illegal under the proposed ordinance.
You have to carry it to shoot it.
Sorry?
You have to carry it to shoot it.
Well, right, but I guess the distinction is if two people are walking down the street, one's carrying an Orbeez gun and one's carrying a BB gun, if we were to pass a new version, I should say even if we were to pass a new version, we could stop the person with the BB gun, not the person with the Orbeez gun.
So that doesn't seem to really help if we're trying to prevent these instances.
Well, I think there's a distinction between BB guns and Orbeez guns is short of it. The most significant of which is BB guns look like firearms and often end in tragedy as a result of their looking like firearms. They fire a dangerous missile. What is case law has indicated is a dangerous missile. And again, I'm not sure that we could prove that up with an Orbeez gun.
So right now, it's illegal to carry a slingshot in Iowa City, correct?
Correct. Assuming it's a slingshot that's capable of discharging a dangerous missile, yes.
Which would be like any rock, correct?
Fair.
Okay. So I think the issue really needs to be about the danger and not about the act of throwing something onto some public way. The chief and the attorney are doing exactly what they are supposed to do by saying, well, let's just be as encompassing as we could possibly need to be because we don't know what's coming next. We don't know what's in the water gun. Like, that's what they're supposed to do. Our job is to say, what might be the ramifications of this down the road that we might not like, and try and tailor it to the situation. I don't see why we need a new crime when it's already literally illegal to carry a slingshot in Iowa City.
I also would say, like, in terms of the difference between an amendment to what we have before us versus an amendment to what we have already on the books, I don't think it would be germane to do at least what I have in my mind as an amendment to what we have before us in order to affect the change that we have on the books, if that makes sense.
Well, if your amendment to the proposed ordinance is not germane to the proposed ordinance, then I would agree with you.
Well, so basically what I've been describing, right? Could we theoretically, not saying we have the support for this because I have no idea, but theoretically, could we amend the ordinance in front of us to achieve the similar effect, more, surgical, and amending the section that's already on the books rather than creating a new section? Can we do that in this meeting?
Well, you can't amend the present code section at this meeting because we haven't noticed that up. You can, of course, if it's the will of the council, you can provide guidance as to what you'd like to see, and we can bring it back. That's fine.
You mean we postpone this or we vote on it, or
That we would.
I'm sorry?
we have to defer this or we vote for it tonight?
Well,
if we want to see new language.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a number of choices. You can approve what you've got before you unaltered. You can amend the proposed ordinance in front of you. For example, if the concern is about skipping rocks and so forth, you could just eliminate the portion of the ordinance that makes reference to throw stones, bricks, or missiles of any kind, or instead just leaving in the language about shoot other dangerous instruments or toys on or into any street, et cetera, if that's the nature of the council's concern. Or you can vote it down and give direction to me to come back with something that's consistent with what you would like to see effectuated, or you can vote it down and be done with the issue.
And there is no way we can take the word criminal penalty. We cannot just say penalty.
I'm sorry, could you remove the part about criminal penalty? If that's the will of the council, sure. I would want to know, what you want to do instead, because we can't just say it's illegal to do something and then have no punishment. I mean, we need to be doing something with it.
Like some kind of penalty, yes.
Oh, like
the
a civil
penalty is there,
penalty?
but it's not called criminal.
Yeah, I'm not here to say you could not do that as a council. You could do it a municipal infraction, but I'm here to tell you that that would not be practical.
It's interesting because I was actually, before you had said that, I was just sitting here looking at this, thinking about, that it really does seem like the crux of this, at least one of the cruxi, is about the throwing portion of this. And if that is an issue that needs to be dealt with separately, but I think, striking that part and keeping the shoot other dangerous instruments or toys, that gets us at least the Orbeez part of it moving forward. And so I would make a motion to amend to strike through to throw stones, bricks, or missiles of any kind, or strike those words. So then it would read, "It is unlawful for a person to shoot other dangerous instruments or toys on or into any street, alley, highway, sidewalk, public way, public ground, or public building without written consent of the city manager."
Could I offer a friendly amendment to remove the word "other" as well, because that word wouldn't then make any sense. So as to read, "It is unlawful for a person to shoot dangerous instruments or toys, et cetera, et
Thank
cetera."
you. I will go
Accept
with
that as a
my-
friendly amendment? Okay.
I will accept that.
Well, I'd also say remove throwing from the title section. Oh, did you remove that? Okay.
Just unlawful for a person to.
Well, no. So I'm saying in the title.
Oh.
In title. The title is throwing and shooting.
Oh.
It would not make sense to be throwing.
Oh,
if you did
thank
that.
you. I hadn't
Yeah.
gone all the way back to the top. Thank you for catching that. Let me say that I will make the amendment as suggested with the addition with the city attorney, and to include clean up any other language within the ordinance that then would be necessary to change. Would that be an acceptable way to handle that?
Sure.
So there's an amendment proposal. Any comments?
Can we
on
add
that?
amendment to take the criminal penalty or change it to something else?
I guess I would have questions about
separately, maybe.
I would have questions about, are there ways to, have written those steps where we have, the education.
Yes.
Then we, after the education, maybe we, go to that civil penalty.
Yes, there is a great example of that. I think we could reference the nuisance house ordinance, the party ordinance. There's steps on that.
Party ordinance.
Yeah.
That police come by one time, warning, second time.
Yes.
Would they be able to seize, Chief? Would you be able to seize the guns?
Well, the city attorney would better be able to address the difference between civil and criminal, but we really don't enforce civil ordinance. It's a process that they go through, and we enforce criminal law. So it would be he'll be able to address
So,
that better.
the law enforcement would only become involved if once the stage gets to a simple misdemeanor.
Well, right, and there's been some discussion about the disorderly house. I'm not aware that we've got codified, that first visit's a warning, second visit's, escalating fines. I'm not aware that that's the way.
We have
that's set
escalating
up.
fines in there.
I'm sorry?
There's escalating fines in there.
Are you talking about in the civil part or the criminal part?
I think it both.
Well, it might be. It's been a while since I haven't prosecuted in a while. I know that that's true in the civil part. I'd
Yeah.
have to check on the criminal part.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure. Well, is there? Do you know there's? Well, I should just pull it up. But in answer to your general question, could that be done? Yes. There are a number of crimes where there's a required warning up front. Obviously, that makes it incumbent on the officers to, document every time they're warning someone, so that if they do it again, the next officer, presumably it would be a different officer who encounters that individual, would know that they've previously been warned, and so, okay, now, the escalated penalty is present. So, in answer to your question, yes, we could set up a scheme that way. I would want to make sure that that's a separate motion to amend. Right now, we've got one motion to amend without a second yet, and I'd like to focus on that before we go anywhere else.
Oh, I thought we just want to, make all the amendment
Well,
together. And with the
those seem
motion.
they're related in the sense that they're all related to this ordinance, of course, but that seems distinct enough that I think that would be best addressed through a separate motion to amend. Which you can do immediately after, this motion is resolved.
I'll second for amending, but I don't want to cut off if there's still a desire to talk about it as
I mean, I
bundled.
think I made a motion to amend that was specific, and
Yeah.
that's we
Yeah, so-
deal with that first. and
So
then-
moved by Harmson, seconded by Alter. Continue discussion.
I just feel like, for me, strongly, I don't wanna make this criminal by any means. And I'm thinking, I really don't know what the language you guys use for law language. Laura may be better on that. So I mean, there is something called sometimes simple misdemeanor, or somebody doing something on the street that also will be charged by the police. The police will take care of that issue and charge that person, but is not crime. What can we call those kind of things?
The police only enforce crimes.
Yeah.
It's a crime. It's a simple misdemeanor, just like if you run a stop sign. That's a crime, and it's a simple misdemeanor. So, and that's what we enforce. But it's a $50 fine, and it's, but it still is.
That's gonna show a crime
On their, I
in the
think,
record and something like that. That's what I'm worried about.
yes.
Criminal record.
Is it on their criminal record? I think that's what
Yeah,
the concern here.
Yes.
Just like if you got a Paula ticket or something like that, it would.
Is it if I got
be-
what?
If you got in the bar after hours or person in Paula.
Okay.
Underage.
Yeah,
Possession of alcohol under
there
the
you go.
legal age.
And
I never got those, so I don't.
Okay, and when that's happened, and is this shown in their background as a criminal?
Yes.
It's shown that you had a simple misdemeanor, just like if you got any other. It's the lowest level of misdemeanor.
Would that be like a speeding ticket or
Yes.
something?
Same as.
Same as
Except,
And there's two
same
other things
class.
that add to that. One is that there are opportunities to expunge your record. But two, if it's a juvenile, then juvenile records are typically sealed. And
They're
this is
sealed.
not the kind of offense that you'd waive up to an adult. It's a simple misdemeanor and so forth. So if it's a juvenile, it would be handled at the juvenile court.
But the answer is yes, it's on your criminal record.
Yeah, yeah. If it's by an adult, it would be there until expunged, if at all.
Education. Any other discussions on the amendment that is before us, which is taking out some of that language related to throwing stones, bricks? So if no other discussion on that, we're just going to take a vote on that change in language. We are not approving this entire document.
That's
All
correct.
right.
And just a voice vote here.
All right, so all in favor say, of making the amendments as stated by Councilor Hermson, if you're in favor, say aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed,
Nay.
No.
okay. Motion passes 4-2. All right, now we can take up the topic that Mayor Pro Tem just kind of talked about, which is what are other considerations that we can have to relate to.
The rest of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really would like to see a level of if there is no way we can do this, and either just not to do it at all and that's it, but now you are changing the language. Can we just figure out like a level of like warning and like start with just education and warning, and after that do that?
Well, what you can do is you can, as I mentioned earlier, you can require a warning to every individual before they're charged. Again, officers would need to make sure they do a good job documenting the warnings that they've given, but yes. But I want to be clear, that would be incorporated presumably in a criminal statute. So first time we would write it up, they get a warning. Second time, now they're, getting the criminal charge, with a $50 fine or whatever the council chooses to make it.
So the warning, will that appear on their background?
Well, when you say in your background, it would not appear on their criminal record or any kind of background check. It would be documented in the police station. They would know it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, it will be also not documented only on the police department. It's not going to show anywhere in their background check?
Not in a background check. Typically, background checks typically, I should caveat that, typically they look for convictions and so forth. Now, there are some who are thorough. Let's say there's a job applicant and they write down that I used to live in Iowa City. There are some employment agencies who will contact the police department and say, hey, what do you got, open records on John Smith, in your town. Now,
that's an extreme example, but it could happen.
That is an extreme example, but I want to be complete.
Absolutely, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure.
I certainly think that the idea of the warning and stuff makes sense, and it sounds like that's kind of already the process, much as we talked about with the nuisance, the noise nuisance. The one thing I don't know, and maybe the chief or somebody else could answer this, just a concern I have that maybe can be answered. So I'm thinking back again to the circumstances that I saw kind of go down. In that particular case, it was appropriate for if we'd had something like this, to be able to, at the bare minimum, confiscate the weapons and remove those from the situation and to respond. If we require a warning, would that make it so that an officer can't take away the toy? I mean, it feels like there might be circumstances where we'd want that to happen, where we want the ability of somebody to continue with this behavior, or if the thing is, I'm thinking out loud here because this is a new proposal.
What I will add to it is that we have the opportunity to work with the school district to educate on whatever ordinance that we have. So if we state that, the warning is going to, the warning will confiscate, the Orbeez gun. And then the second one, it is a $50, fine. It's a simple misdemeanor. It can be on your record. So I do think that if we, confiscated, the item, and we kind of work with the school district and social media outlets to warn the public of, you can no longer have this in public. I think I would be more comfortable with that approach, because we've done some work to kind of say, hey, you can't have this, and I think that might take care of the situation. I will say that probably 50-50. Some kids are playing amongst themselves and others aren't involved, and 50% of the time, it's not appropriate, and it is becoming a dangerous situation, not mainly between the guns so much, but other things that they're doing, like they're running in the street and doing all that type of stuff.
Doesn't that violate the Constitution? Because
No.
they're not committing a crime if it's just a warning. Like, we can't seize property, right? Like,
No, we would still make it a crime. It would just be the penalty would essentially be, well, that's not quite fair either, because it's not like a court would be imposing the warning. But I think we could still probably seize the.
So I feel we don't have to take it from them, because maybe somebody doesn't know anything about what we're doing right now and this law after we implement it. And they just doing that, and the first time they to learn about it, why we take it from them if we give them a warning saying that don't do it on the public, but you can do it wherever you want to do it somewhere else, okay? But not in public. Why we take it from them? We shouldn't take it
and I'm
from
okay,
them.
and I'm okay with that. The question would be is, what is the educational tangible material, and I don't know that our officers will be expected to, walk around with stuff, but,
I think we can do education at the schools,
If what we want to do is education and helping kids understand the harm of shooting Orbeez guns and why that we as a community think that this is wrong and want to address it, I do not think enacting a new part of our criminal code is the way to do that. We have spent no resources other than the one meeting last summer on addressing this particular issue in ways outside of law enforcement. And now we're talking about all these ways outside of law enforcement that we want to address the issue, which I think is right, but what's in front of us is creating a new crime.
Yes. Yeah, I'm still going back to how can we not make it a crime?
Okay, I guess and sorry, I'm not taking over the conversation, but go right ahead. Go right ahead.
No.
Yeah, no, I hear it. How do you not make it a crime? And I guess,
Can I offer? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
I want to. You need to trust your officers, right? They understand that this is not the preferred approach. They don't want to be issuing tickets. They don't have to issue the tickets in every circumstance. You think about how we've handled fireworks. We've got all kinds of fireworks violations every year, and there's concern that there's not the community education out there. So the officers use their discretion. We give you that report every year that shows that we go and we try to hunt down and chase all these calls for service that we're getting. In most cases, we're issuing warnings. In very rare circumstances are we issuing the citations, only when there's an extreme situation where there's a major public safety compromise. I would urge you to consider trusting your officers, give them this tool, and understand it's not the default.
I think that's true in all cases because I do fundamentally trust our officers. One more question for you, Eric. In order to seize an Orbeez gun that looks like a real gun or an Orbeez gun that has been shot at someone and there's a concern of injury or people running into the street, things like the mayor was saying, the only thing that we would have to do currently is say that that particular toy is capable of shooting something that could be classified as a dangerous missile, correct?
You're talking about under the ordinance already on the books?
Correct.
Yes, you would have to be capable of firing a dangerous missile. We would need to prove that up.
And your concern, as stated earlier, was you wouldn't want a magistrate to dismiss that. But what we're talking about is a citation that someone would then challenge in court or try to defend in court. By then, any deterrence is done.
A child.
What do you mean?
No, we're talking about children, too. Not a
Well,
child,
not
a
necessarily. I mean, any person.
Oh, yeah, theoretically, yeah,
any person.
You're right.
But if what we're trying to do is deter this behavior, we're not talking about prevention when we have citations, right? If what we want to do is deter this behavior, if the officers say, this is a dangerous missile, I see what's happening, they're shooting frozen Orbeez pellets, they have the discretion to address that already.
How would they prove that it was frozen? 'Cause
Oh
it's
my
gonna
gosh.
thaw.
This is not.
Sorry.
Can you go ahead? Can you do it? Can you just read if you have the current, the current ordinance in front of you?
The part that we keep talking about as far as being capable of shooting something, okay, reads, carrying prohibited. It shall be unlawful for any person to possess or carry any toy pistol, toy gun, or other toy arms or slingshot out of or by which any leaden or other dangerous missiles may be discharged.
I have a question right there. All right, so if someone was, downtown or wherever, can the police get someone with an Orbeez gun with that written language right now?
I would, based on the language we've got now?
Yes.
No.
That's a question of legal interpretation. It's not clear, correct?
I think I would advise our officers not to seize those guns because I don't think we could sustain that in court. And I think we would run the risk of running into trouble, stopping and seizing toy guns that don't meet the ordinance.
I was asking you to read that because I want to ask you what the punishment right now currently for those.
So that is currently also criminal and a simple misdemeanor.
It's an unscheduled simple misdemeanor, I believe.
It puts people in harm's way.
So,
Okay.
so I guess the council, to kind of bring this in, because we need to,
Yes. Yes.
what is the, so, you know, we already went through one amendment. We've been discussing what are other ways to maybe titrate this to look more like a civil penalty with a warning than a simple misdemeanor. It sounds like, Counselor Burgess, correct me if I'm wrong, we could add language specific to the Orbeez guns and maybe add in language relating to water, some type of water balloon or liquid balloons to the current. Understanding that you may not be a proponent of this, my question is more, would that, based on what you're hearing by the council, would that address and add that specific to be defendable if individual was cited?
I think that's a question for our attorney.
Okay, sure.
Well, I'm sorry, and I missed your question.
So essentially, if we added just Orbeez
Yeah.
and liquid balloons or projectile or whatever you want to call it, into the existing, would that give the officers the leverage that they need when they really need to go to the next level with someone?
Sure. Whether that authority comes from the proposed ordinance as amended, or we were to amend 873, the toy gun, the current ordinance, and I assume you're talking about with discharge as opposed to the carrying component. Sure, we could write it in such a way. I wouldn't want to use the word Orbeez because, again, as the chief mentioned, there are other brands and so forth, and we don't want to.
Sure.
But if you're talking about making sure that we're inclusive of Orbeez style guns and water balloons or other projectiles, yeah, whether we, outlaw it in the proposed ordinance or the new ordinance would make no difference insofar as the police's ability to do something about it. Again, the only other thing I would add, if you were to add it to the present ordinance, that I believe is an unscheduled simple misdemeanor, which carries a minimum fine. I'm rusty here, but I want to say of between $65 and maybe $850. Not that it'd be at all likely that someone would get a penalty that high, but in any event, even the minimum fine would be higher than the $50 fine that's in the ordinance proposed before you.
So it sounds like, if I'm understanding this right, that there may be more benefit to simply amending the existing ordinance, because then there is not, to use some comments from earlier, creating a new criminalizing something new, correct? And it is possible to be inclusive of the specific problem that is trying to be addressed by this new ordinance by putting in language that talks about gel pellets and water balloons. Right, in the existing ordinance.
I don't want to speak for Councilor Burgess.
No, I'm not, and I'm not
either
trying to.
way, we are adding something new. We're
Correct.
criminalizing something new.
But it's not an entire new ordinance.
Well, right, but I guess my point is that that doesn't make a lot of difference. Now, whether Councilor Burgess feels it makes a difference, I'll obviously defer to her. But either way, you would be criminalizing behavior that is not currently illegal.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I guess with that information, I would be more interested in just amending, maybe doing some more amendments to the current ordinance that's before us, just to kind of commonly known as Orbeez. So I think that kind of takes, accounts for whatever the other objects are out there. So I think we could be good there. Now, the only question is, at least for me, that's remaining, after we've already done the amendment and that passed, that Councilor Harmson suggested, is, do we have in here, that required warning, and then, going the criminal route. I guess what I will say is that from last year to this time, they've been operating with the educational part to this, and there has been some deterrent. But I think if they were able to say, this is the ordinance, knock it off. If you continue to do it, this is what we're going to do. So,
But, I mean, isn't that to Jeff's point, that saying that having this ordinance doesn't mean that they just go straight
Yes.
to that? It means that they have essentially in the dreaded word, in their toolkit to be able to say, this is illegal, knock it off, don't do it anymore.
Right.
And then they go, oh, you've done it again, right? I mean, so this,
If I can just speak to that, and I appreciate what Jeff said about trusting your officers. If you remember the traffic study report, one of the things that they mentioned was how many warnings we give. We only actually write citations on about 25% of our traffic stops, so our officers always take that. If we can seize guns when we have to give a warning, we're not in it for the $50. I'll tell you that. But we just need a mechanism, and I know the criminal thing gives some of you all pause, and I can appreciate that, but everything we enforce is criminal, and we give a lot of warnings, and that just gives us the mechanism in which to encounter these encounter these most of the time youth, and work with them on, and it also gives the parents. I think that one of the benefits of this is we can talk to parents and say, hey, your kid is going to get a ticket for this. Do not let him go run around at the park with things like this. So lets them know that they can help with the education, let them know that there could be a ticket involved. So again, it's certainly not about the money, and it's certainly not about putting something on someone's criminal record, but it's just about giving us the authority to do the education, and then in cases where we need to enforce law before it gets to someone shooting someone's eye out, someone getting an assault charge, which is going to be on their criminal record. We want to get in front of that.
at least for me, given all that I know that has happened, between those that have these and the officers, and the danger that some of these activities have presented, they could have, turned out into a horrible situation. I think I am comfortable with the current amendment that's been proposed, supporting what's before us tonight. So I guess the only question to the council, are we wanting to go ahead and vote on what's before us as amended?
You mean in terms of the amendment that Councilor Harmison did?
We already voted on that and that
Okay.
passed, so.
Now, what is
Yep.
before us? I apologize.
Yep, as
It's
amended.
As amended, and so this is like the vote to pass it?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the first reading. This is a three reading.
Right, first reading.
Okay.
So are we ready to vote, unless there's any other comments? Or is there any other avenues council want to talk about? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Burgess,
No.
Dunn,
No.
Harmson,
Yes.
Salah,
No.
Teague,
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-3. All right, we are going to move on to 9D. Thank you all. Adjusting park hours, ordinance amending Title 10 entitled Public Ways and Property, Chapter 9 entitled Parks and Recreation Regulations to adjust park closure hours. This is the second consideration. Staff is requesting expedited action. Anybody want to read?
Did you want to do it?
Can I do it?
No, because Andrew asked for to do that. I saw Andrew all the time going to do it.
I don't care.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Which consideration are we on? We're on second consideration?
Second consideration.
All right. I move that the rule requiring ordinances must be considered and voted on for a passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed, be suspended, that the second consideration and vote be waived, and the ordinance be voted on for the final passage at this time.
Moved by Dunn,
Second.
seconded by Salah. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? See in online. Welcome, Noah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hello, it's been a long time. I can't believe I just listened to an hour of Sombertown City Council meeting. That was pretty wild. The three of you should change your name to Burgermeister Meisterburger. I voted for that proposal. And now on to
This
the
is
agenda.
item number 9B.
I'm moving on to this agenda item, Bruce. You can, anyways. So my question is, what's the penalty for somebody who is not in authorized hours for the park? Like, what happens to them? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, and council can bring up any conversation that someone asked when we do our remarks. But you can continue to speak at this time.
Okay, so my understanding of it is they're issued a misdemeanor, correct? For being past park hours, it is a misdemeanor. Eric, you can answer if the council won't.
I think
Hello?
we'll engage with your questions after you're done with your comment.
Council may ask staff to respond to a concern or a question posed by the public or to follow up with the speaker when we deliberate.
Okay. So my point is that people do get criminalized for being in the park that's a public facility because they're in there for the so-called wrong hours. Now, lots of reasons people could do that. A big reason is because this city refuses to house them. They're forced to seek shelter somewhere else that happens to be in public land. And instead of giving them housing, we have a landlord city council that rather hoard housing, be landlords, do more capitalist exploitation of the working class. So this is the city refuses to fund housing and criminalizes you if you sleep in the park overnight. You should just not criminalize people for being in the park because they're in unauthorized hours. It's ridiculous that you're criminalizing it at all. Yeah. I don't know. Consider that. This is state for good, not punishing already vulnerable people. Not hard. Also, fuck you, Jeff, as always. Never trust cops.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing and hearing from no one else, council discussion.
I don't think this is criminal or anything, right, Jeff?
Well, I think the intention is that if there's someone found that they're moved along, when it's closed. Otherwise, I think it would be a trespass charge is what you would probably see.
And what's the trespass charge? Can you explain that? Because I have no idea.
Oh, what a trespass charge is?
Yeah, what that will lead to. What's that? Is that a criminal thing also?
It can be, it is a criminal offense, but typically a trespass charge requires a warning, if you will. That is, you are trespassing, you are not allowed to be here, you need to leave now. And if someone says, no, I'm not leaving, well, okay, now it can be a crime.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing that I would mention is I don't know that No, I don't think that we're engaging in maybe potentially the right way. This ordinance expands hours, doesn't it? If I'm understanding?
No, for two,
For
it's
Black
not.
Hawk and for two of the parks, yes.
Chauncey and Green.
Does it otherwise affect? I'm sorry, I'm just trying. I had a difficult time finding this.
It is on the,
It doesn't reduce it.
no.
Yes, currently, College Green Park does not close. Chauncey Park does not close. This officially closes those parks at midnight.
So,
Only
oh,
those-
Midnight
okay.
is later than other parks.
Okay, okay, I understand.
Yeah.
It still allows you to walk through those parks, right? Trails, sidewalks, those things.
Unless you find somebody else.
I see, I see.
Uh, yeah, I guess I wasn't know that. I thought this is just like also a ticket kind of or something like that. Or,
What's prompted this?
It enables us to pursue trespassing if needed. So you don't get a ticket for being in a park after hours. You will have someone approach you and say, this park is closed, you need to move.
And this is what we
Don't,
do at
you'll
other
get-
parks
you'll get
already.
There'll be a trespass.
Well, I guess I understand that that's the effect, but is there a problem that we're experiencing that's facilitated the desire to pull this up? That's really what I'm curious about.
Yes, we've had encampments at College Green Park.
Okay.
that like a camping only, or can you just say no camping?
So I think all of our, as I mentioned, all of our parks close from are open dusk to dawn, except these four are not, and so they're trying to.
Why those two?
All the other, all parks, currently, all parks except 3 close. And we're suggesting that we close 2 of them at midnight. So Black Hawk Mini Park would remain 24/7, not closing. That's part of the
You mean people
pedestrian
can go
law.
and camp there and it's okay, but don't come here on Chauncey. That is not okay.
Oh.
To be clear, the ordinance is not specific to camping. It's that you can't be in these parks.
Because
unless
the
you're-
problem was camping. That's why
sorry.
I'm bringing it up. Problem was some people was camping there.
Right,
And,
and
that's
the
initiated.
pedestrian mall is active nearly 24 hours a day, right? You could argue maybe 20 hours a day, but the pedestrian mall is plenty active with open businesses and commerce taking place at 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. That's not the case for Chauncey Park. That's not the case for College Green Park.
I mean, like for even the other park is closed. If somebody like slept there because they are homeless or anything, is that also they're gonna be charged trespass?
No, we work with that situation the same we do with, this is a regular occurrence where we're working with the shelter house outreach position that you all helped us create, and we're trying to move people into permanent housing. We've shared some of those statistics with you. I think our outreach team does a really good job. The shelter house outreach team does a fantastic job. We've had over 100 successes in getting people
Yeah,
housed. That's our first approach. That's always our first.
You mean tomorrow, if after we just implement this, if somebody was like a homeless person slept on the Chances or College Green Park, you are not going to charge them with trespass, but you will work with them to figure out a solution for their situation.
Yes, we would continue
Yeah.
to work with them, but we
But
would
if they're not
we would
homeless
have
and
the
they-
tool to say, if you don't work with us, we are going to trespass you.
At which point, again, because of the nature of a trespass, they can get up and leave, no criminal charge. If they refuse, say, no, I'm not leaving, I don't care if it's illegal or not, then they would
Okay.
be susceptible to a criminal charge of trespass.
That will be for somebody who come for fun to camp. They have a house and they have everything that they want to do. I'm just giving you the example of somebody was sleeping there. You will find something for them for that night to sleep. Not like go figure it out tonight and come to us tomorrow so we can help you.
Yeah, I mean, the best I can give you is and I think the council's aware of the approach that we've taken. We've had encampments in locations for weeks and months last year. We had encampments that had multiple fires, repeated fires in the same location. We should still exercise the patience and the desire to try to find housing for those that want housing.
Sure, I understand that, Jeff, but I just want it for this particular situation. You're going to work with that person to figure it out for them for that night. But they're not going to be saying, we don't care where you go, but get out right now from here and we figure it out for you tomorrow. But can you find in the same day or night a place for that person to sleep if he's not sleeping on the park?
If that person wants that assistance, then yes, we would. But there may be some people that don't want that assistance.
No, yes, I'm just asking, if they don't want that assistance, that's something else, of course. You're not going to force them to be assisted. I understand that.
Correct.
But yeah, just let it take it that way. So.
Hearing no other comments. Roll call, please.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Saleh?
No.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1. Can I get a motion to pass and adopt?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dunn, seconded by Alter. Roll call, please.
Harmson?
Yes.
Saleh?
No.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1. 9E is bicyclists and crosswalks and using sidewalks. Ordinance amending Title 9 entitled Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Chapters 1 and Chapter 6 to require drivers to yield right-of-way to bicyclists at crosswalks and to require bicyclists riding on sidewalks to obey pedestrian devices at signal intersections. Staff is requesting expedited action.
I got it. I already got my own. All right. I move that the rule requiring that ordinances be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which they be finally passed be suspended, that the second consideration and vote be waived, and that the ordinance be voted on for final passage at this time.
Moved by Dunn,
Second.
second by Alter. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're in person, please step forward. If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Saleh?
What? You call my name?
90.
I did, yes.
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Could I get a motion to pass and adopt?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Dunn, seconded by Burgess. Council discussion. Oh, actually, roll call, please.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Saleh?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item number 10 is announcements of vacancies previous, and we're going to go to 10A. Planning and Zoning Commission, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Senior Center Commission, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, July 9, 2024. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Airport Zoning Commission, 1 vacancy to fill a 6-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, College Street, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation East College Street, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term plus a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Jefferson Street, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission Woodlawn Avenue, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term plus a 3-year term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. We're at item number 11, which is City Council information.
Nothing good.
No.
Yep.
Quick
Today's
congratulations
voting.
to
Yeah.
all of the area high school graduates.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we have 3 counselors that have graduates this
That's
year.
true.
And so,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Hearing nothing else from council, we're going to go to item number 12, which is report on items from our city staff, city manager's office,
Nothing tonight.
city attorney,
Nothing, thank you.
city clerk.
No, thank you.
Item number 13 is adjournment. Can we get a motion? We will come back to our work session, but can I get a motion to adjourn from the formal meeting?
So moved.
Moved with a request for a brief break.
Okay, moved by Alter,
Seconded.
seconded by Dunn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are, motion passes 6-0. We are adjourned.
Do we have to come back?
Back in 5 minutes, 10 minutes? What do you want, Mr. Mayor?
Let us,
Can we just do it later, another time? Today is the election and we want to go.
well, we're gonna come back in 5 minutes only because. We have to. Yeah, we have to. Because I didn't adjourn the work session.
Oh, you did not again the work session. Okay. Yeah, I'm not.
We are going to reconvene our work session on June 4th, 2024. We were at item number 4. I think what I want to mention is I would like to finish the discussion on number 4 and item number 3. I think we can defer that to our future council meetings to cover the pending review of the city council pending work session topics. And then information packets, we will need to go through those tonight. And then we will get the USG updates and then council updates. So the only thing that we'll defer to a future meeting will be item number 3.
This is going to take long. I have to go.
Okay.
All right. See ya.
Okay. All right. All right. So we're at we're going to continue discussion on number 4. And this is to pick up the conversation on discuss funding organizations serving the immigrant community.
I think just to pick up where we were, Mayor, I am personally not interested in revisiting the ARPA allocations that we already have and would encourage those organizations that feel like they've run into any hurdles to engage with our staff.
Same here.
Agree.
Good enough.
Okay. Any other discussion on item number 4?
No.
Hearing none, we're going to move so item number 5 is clarification of agenda items. We've already went through our agenda, so is there any additional comments on that? I would assume not. We'll move on to item number 6, which is information packet discussion May 9th.
Nothing.
Do we need to give some direction?
That'll be later packet.
Later packet, gotcha.
May 6th, that's
Oh, yes,
5:30.
sorry.
Yeah,
My bad.
May 16th.
Nothing.
May 23rd, and May 30th. So on May 30th, we do have a IP7 memo from our senior planner on the nomination to the list, the Iowa City Community Rec Center, and the National Registry of Historic Places.
Mayor, can I offer a few comments on this one?
Yes.
So this IP pertains to a nomination that was prepared by community members that are really passionate about the Robert A. Lee Recreation Center. The application's to nominate the facility to be listed on the National Register of Historic Places. So as a certified local government, we're required to have the Historic Preservation Commission review and comment on this nomination, and they did that on May 22nd. The next step is to have the chief elected official sign the provided form and add any comments if desired. You're not required to add comments, but the signature from the chief elected official is required. The nomination then goes to the State Nomination Review Committee, and then if they approve it, goes to the National Park Service for consideration. So essentially tonight, what we're looking for feedback on is whether the council wishes to add any comments before we ask the mayor to sign his name to the required form. As I mentioned, May 22nd, Historic Preservation Commission took this up. They received the nomination and found the building to be eligible. There were comments added by the Historic Preservation Commission, and those are included in your packet materials. Well, real quick, listing on the National Register is an honorific designation. It does not provide protections or prevent future changes in use, interior or exterior modifications, or even demolition. As Council is aware, there are no current plans in our CIP budget for significant modifications to the building or to the uses within. From my perspective, the only comment that I believe would be important for both this process and for the local records is a notation that this nomination was not initiated by the city. or by the Historic Preservation Commission, nor were we involved in its preparation. Further, the nomination has not been previously contemplated in any city plans or Historic Preservation Commission work plan. Outside of that, I wouldn't suggest that you consider any other specific comments unless something strikes you after reading the materials.
So the last thing I want to do is get into the weeds on this.
Understood.
But I do have something that you mentioned. So you said there was no involvement on the city's part in terms of doing the work to create the material for the Historic Preservation Commission to make their determination that, yep, this meets the criteria. That was all done by way of this group?
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
hired a consultant, or
And-
they
and done
found?
and done very well. Done, It was a very thorough job. But it's different, and that's what I'm trying to draw. It's different than a process, say, we would go through to nominate the senior center or the city park log cabins or any other public building. That would be our staff to lead that process, and we would work through historic preservation on that. In this case, it's different. It's something we haven't experienced before, where the public is nominating a building that otherwise wasn't being considered by the city.
And do you know how large this group is? Have they identified themselves as a conglomerate, or is it? I know that they are there and they exist in Iowa City. I just wondered if they were identifying themselves as a particular group.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think those comments you mentioned, Jeff, make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I would support the comments as stated.
So obviously, we don't have prepared comments to share with you. What I'd ask is for allowance for me to put that in writing in kind of a memo form that we would attach to the form. The mayor would review. I'd have the city attorney just review to make sure it's consistent with what I articulated, and then we would get that off to the state for review.
Yeah.
Sure.
That sounds great.
Thank you.
And based on what was said tonight, I'll delete or add based on what I would know that yeah. All right.
Sounds good.
Sounds great. Okay. Any other comments on that? IP 7? Hearing none, we are at item number 7 after a big yawn back there.
Don't call him out like that. Come on.
We're human. So, University of Iowa Student Government, USG updates. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Give me 1 second here. Okay, cool. Now I'm ready. The governmental relations team had their first meeting to check in over the summer last Thursday. We expressed a strong interest in wanting to team up with Hawk the Vote to mobilize young voters. In addition, our GR director, Anna, wants the city liaisons to engage with city voting initiatives, be it that there are any, and organizations in the area that will be holding events, candidate appearances, any opportunities that we can seek to collaborate between USG, Hawk the Vote, and the public. So we don't have like a specific route that we're going on that, but she's just asking that the city liaisons pay attention to that. And speaking of voting, I voted in Johnson County, so yay.
Good for you.
USG members have the chance to present at Hawkeye Information Fairs over the summer, allowing us to promote the resources and programs that we advocate for, as well as our stake in university decisions. Platform committee information has finally been released. And the good news is that I thought I was going to have to apply to be on the committee, but unexpectedly, I'm actually leading a part of it.
Okay.
So I will update you as more takes place with it, but that does mean good things for our city legislative agenda, collaboration with USG's legislative agenda. And then that's all I have for now. It's been a pretty anticlimactic summer thus far, so thank you.
Great.
Thank
you. Thank you. All right, we're on to item number 8, council updates on assigned boards, commissions, and committees. Hearing none, we are adjourned. All right.